things that have crazy flight characteristics, and that's what we need to dive into. Are you able to say that that's a physical object? That's what we want to know. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be fascinating in terms of, this is kind of the first. This is the first test of what Sean Kirkpatrick and the Air Office is really all about. Since it's been founded, as you were saying, Sean, we don't really have much of an understanding for where Sean Kirkpatrick himself really sits with this issue. We've heard rumblings from people. We know that he has received testimony from people like Robert Salas, maybe from Mario Woods and others that have had, very close contact experiences, that have had very troubling experiences, according to many. And we do know that he co-wrote a paper with Avi Loeb recently.
Yep.
And that was kind of the first little hint as to where he was going, which is very evidential and not based on anecdote, and so it'll be interesting to see what he has to say today in terms of what is his level of accountability? How much is he willing to talk about the long history of this topic
in the 2023
with regard to the
NDAA,
military,
it was
the government,
renamed,
our
or might have
country,
been
and the
before,
world? What do you guys have to say?
The Aero
about that?
Office, or All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office.
Why don't you go ahead?
And this office is essentially supposed to be the nexus for all of these different parts of government reporting their UAP experiences. And so this hearing that is going to be chaired by Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who has championed the subject, she will be interviewing Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick.
But then again, really,
he is the director of Aero.
people can
But
also
I
have
kind of gave it a
different
sort of
kind of
top
faces for
line
different,
explanation here. So
whichever
this hearing, it
people they're
starts
talking to at a particular
at
time,
10:30,
and they can have
so
a
here in
different
about
position
10 minutes.
sometimes. And then
So
if
Sean,
they go
maybe
to
just give us a bit of
another,
background on what we can
sort of
expect
group of people they talk to them, they might have a different way of speaking to them as well.
So
they
the
might
procedures
have
will be
tailor
just
their
kind of in a
output for different
nutshell.
audiences. You just don't know.
What do we
really,
think is
and,
coming
you
up?
know, all bets are off until we hear him.
Oh, hold on a
in
second.
front of this,
Sorry,
in
started.
front of this-
Sorry.
the hearings today.
Thank you
for having me on. And,
yes, okay. We can
good
we
morning.
can theorize
So
that he
the
has a
Senate
position on
committees
things, but really
basically have the
until we hear
ability to
him
hold
speak,
hearings.
you
And
know,
there are
we
four
don't
types of
know
hearings
for
that they could have.
So, but
There's
this will be an
legislative
asset
hearings
test,
where they basically
of,
review
how
and
good
collect
they're going to
information
be,
so that they could
he
draft
and
legislation.
Arrow are going to
And
be,
there's also
and how effective
oversight
they might
hearings.
be.
And from those,
well
they'll
going
review,
forward.
monitor,
But this
and
is only
basically help
you have to remember
implement
this is only the first time,
public
isn't it?
policy of which the
they have been
legislation
in
that they
front
drafted before.
of something like this.
There's also
This is a kind
investigative
of
hearings,
reinventing of the
and that's
wheel,
where
if you like.
the
We've had these
type of testimony you'll see will be much
investigations
more
for how many decades
adversarial
now,
or
and
potentially
they set one
adversarial.
up, and it's
Usually the
almost
witnesses
like
will be
kind of
under
growing
oath.
pains, isn't it?
Then there's also
They
confirmation
have to go
hearing.
through a certain
And a
process.
confirmation hearing is when the Senate
before
would
they get
basically
going.
confirm
So it might be
an
maybe,
executive
judging
member
somebody
that was
unfairly
appointed or
if we just
judicial
go on
member like
what
the
they're saying
Supreme Court.
today.
Now, what we're hearing, what we're
We
going
have
to
to
be
wait
seeing
until the
today
next time round,
is
and
an
if they're still
oversight
there, of
hearing,
course, because there's
which
no
will probably
guarantees
lend
that
to the
these
fact
things
that,
don't get canned
there's been a lot of
within a year or
discussions that I've
two.
seen
You know,
that,
if budgets
you know,
change or
about,
priorities change, or
Dr.
something else
Kirkpatrick not
changes,
being
you
under
know,
oath.
world politics
Now,
and all the rest of it.
that would,
there's
you'd
no
like to see that
guarantee
more
that
in
Arrow will
investigative type
exist
of
in
hearing
its
versus
particular
oversight.
form as we
And
see
even
at
in
the
their
moment.
Yeah, we've
In a
seen
year
it.
from now,
announcement
you
for
know,
this hearing
We've
today,
seen it
they
switch
had talked about
a
that they're
couple
going
times
to talk
already, a
about
couple
Arrow's
different
mission,
names.
That's
And
right.
yeah, I would
the activities
just
that
add that
Arrow's
we haven't even heard
conduct
Sean
oversight,
Kirkpatrick
as well as speak
once
about the
yet. Yeah,
budget.
so we have no idea
committee
even if
today
he's
will
like
be,
a cocky guy, a
holding.
shy guy, or
And-
like we
and
have
the
no
budget,
idea.
I think, was
so it'll be interesting.
Senator Gillibrand
kind of
and 14 other. Actually, no,
him as a
backing up.
person.
Senator
The other thing I
Gillibrand
would say
in
is,
a hearing. I don't
you know,
remember
it does
exactly
say
what it was. I think it
something
was about
that
2 weeks
he
ago.
reached out to Avi
She
Loeb,
asked
and
the
they wrote
Secretary
the
of
paper
Defense
that they
Lloyd
did,
Austin about
and Avi
why
actually
Arrow
wrote a
was
little
not
blog
properly
about it,
funded.
saying like they
so
wouldn't
that's
have reached
something that
out to me
we
if
will get
everything was
into
all
today.
in
I would
check,
expect.
if they didn't need help with something else.
Yeah, I would expect.
And I
there to be
think that's
some
very
discussions
true.
about
Like
the
the
budget,
only reason he
especially
would
that
reach out to Dr. Loeb and
expressly written
co-write
in
a
the,
paper
in the
like that
announcement,
is if there
and
were
it was
instances
in hearings
of
previously,
or events
so it
of
would be a
objects that
potential,
they don't know what they are. Otherwise,
focus
why would
of
they go through
if,
that process?
if there are items that
they would know what
were
everything
listed
is
out
already.
as
And
deliverables
people,
in the National
I think people
Defense
forget that
Authorization Act
too.
of
Like if this was
2023
all just about
that
balloons
Dr.
and
Kirkpatrick
drones,
is
that's what they would
not
call
starting
it.
to deliver on. if he doesn't have
Barrow.
If he hasn't requested a budget,
we have a
implement
special
those, then
guest,
kind of fall on
Jay.
who
If you wanna,
is responsible
do a
for maybe
classic
these
Jay introduction.
requested deliverables.
I don't have a
being,
classic Jay introduction in that I'm not going to just read his standard bio,
So Daniel,
but I will say
what are
that
your
I've been talking
expectations of
with Stephen
the hearing
Bassett
today?
recently.
Do you think it'll be underwhelming or
due to us both, we're
overwhelming?
both going to be out at Contact
Well,
the
it probably
Desert,
depends
near
on
Palm
what your
Springs in June.
expectations are. You know, I
And
think
Steve
if
has
you're
done like
a
amazing
UFO
things
fan
behind
who
the
is
scenes
expecting
to
disclosure
help put things
today, I
together,
think you will be
not
sorely
just there,
disappointed.
but within the general community
this
for many
hearing
years.
is, you know,
And
a
Sean and I were
step
talking,
hopefully in the
and
right direction. I think
it was just
this hearing,
impossible
my
to come up with a
personal
better
theory is
name
that
than
it is motivated a lot by the budget, because as you mentioned, Pearson
Steve
Gillibrand
Bassett
was,
from Paradigm
I think, in
Research
two separate
Group, who has
hearings, but
been
one with
working
Lloyd Austin
in this
one when
community
Moulton
and
was
on this
president,
particular
correctly. Not
topic
Moulton
for
was
so
president,
many
the
years.
the
It's great to have
person
you
they
here
were
today,
talking
Steve.
to.
Thanks,
referred to
gentlemen.
Moultrie.
I'm happy to be here. This is another
I
significant
think
step forward
she wants to get
to where
the bottom of
inevitably
why
we are going,
Arrow is not getting the
which
funding
is going to
that
be
it
disclosure
seemingly
from the United
requested.
States
She mentioned
president.
that they requested
It is orderly.
and so I think getting
it is
that testimony
appropriate.
both in the
It
classified
involves
setting
high-level
and publicly will help probably make her case, as well as maybe,
I'm sure that
as
what
Sean
we'll learn
mentioned,
today will be
why,
significant. Will it be what
certain
the
things that
people
are
that
in that
want this
NDAA
now
maybe have not
want?
been
No,
addressed
no,
yet.
we're not going to get anything
So I think for
profound.
those that are, you know,
We're going to
really
get a
into the inside
procedural
baseball
hearing in which Sean is going to kind of update that very important committee. I think Gillibrand is going to put more emphasis on the funding, which he brought up to Secretary of Defense Austin. That's never happened before in the history of this issue, at a hearing before that same subcommittee on emerging technologies, emerging threats and capabilities on May 28, which got a lot of news. This is going to get even more news. And so for anybody that is doubting that this is somehow a game, a ruse, a charade, no. This is the government doing what it should have done in 1970 and 47. It could have done it in 1953, particularly after the extraordinary events of 52 in Washington. Should have definitely done when the Cold War essentially ended for the first time in 1991. Should have happened during the Clinton administration. But they just couldn't do it. They've shoved it down another, 30 years from 1993. And the time has run out. The truth embargo is a dead lie walking. It's only a matter of time. And this hearing is just one more step in that process. But most importantly, the thing you want to take away from this hearing as you watch it is that a woman whose star is rising in the Democratic Party, who was a legitimate candidate in a crowded field in the last election, but held up very well, who was almost certainly going to run for president again, because Joe Biden is not going to run again, but he is certainly not going to tell you that until the latest possible time, because a lame duck president has a much more difficult time getting their agenda pursued. But he will step down, and she will be one of the first. She will be a candidate. And the irony of all this is that there is an excellent possibility that Senator Kirsten Gillibrand is going to ride a UAP into the White House. And I thought I would never say that.
Would she be a disclosure president in the future in that case?
No, the way this has to go down is disclosure has got to happen from President Biden before the primary season begins. Actually, before the political season begins, which now starts 6 months too early. In other words, we need to have the major witnesses in front of the Senate Intel Committee and other committees soon. Could easily happen within the next couple of weeks. I assure you, they can call those hearings anytime. We know they've interviewed quite a few witnesses, including Bob Salas and many of the nuclear weapons tampering witnesses, as well as the pilots. I assure you, they didn't bring them into DC to interview them just because they wanted to get to know them. That is the process you must go through if you're going to have a full formal hearing with hundreds of millions of people watching. You interview them at DOD or Arrow, then the committee staff interviews them to understand what is your testimony, what are you going to present, not telling them what to say, but basically they need to know the basic testimony so they can formulate the right questions. But once they're under oath, they'll say whatever the hell they want, and the members of the committee will ask whatever question they want. But they want it to be appropriate and professional. They want everybody to look good, so they interview in advance. That has happened already. And so I'm expecting hearings soon. Once Bob Salas and some of these pilots and some of these other nuclear witness testimonies are put under oath in front of a committee such as the Senate Intel, with hundreds of millions of people watching, you can just about start counting the days until the President of the United States can comfortably then go before the American people and say, hey, I watched it too. I've talked to my key people. We have a non-human intelligence engaging us. I'm so looking forward to learning so much more about that.
I mean, that's what we're missing, right? Is the testimony from people that are very convicted, like Bob Salas. I mean, or Mario Woods. We've had him on this channel. Like my dad actually said to me, he goes, how can anyone who listens to that guy not believe him? Like he's so serious and real and authentic. So once the public hears that stuff, yeah, I agree with you. I think the script will flip.
I have a pile of the affidavits that I think 8 or 9 of these fine gentlemen submitted put together for a press conference all the way back in 2010, and they were distributed to the press, and I handed them out. Right. And what happened? Bupkis. All right. They did a documentary, Bupkis. There was a book, 2 books, Duck Bupkis.
That's true.
Why? Because that threshold was not crossed. We weren't in a place where people who should be reading those affidavits and bringing those people into DC could do it. That threshold was crossed in December of 2017. And the only reason they haven't already been testifying in front of Congress is because a lot of strange and rather unpleasant things have happened since December of 2017. It's a complicated world, a dangerous world. And so it slowed it down. But 5 years, when you consider the truth embargo is in its 76th year, 5 years and all the things we've seen, I'll take that. Now, I'm not getting any younger, so let's get it done. Okay. And we have to get it done this year. Yeah. So that's it. I'm happy with the pace. I'm happy with this happening. I ask people to be patient. And again, I also ask them, this is the time, not for I told you so's or screeds. It's the time to send really very positive praising tweets to every single member of Congress that's raised their hand and asked a question and wanted to do something. Tell them how wonderful they are. I assure you, they really like to hear that, and they really like to tell other people in the Congress how well they're being received.
Yeah, I really like that. Actually, on the other show, on a show I did a couple days ago, I actually repeated that message because I heard you say that, and I think that's great. And if you treat people with kindness and and respect and gratitude, maybe somebody else will see that and go, "I want some of that too. Maybe I'll start getting in on the UAP thing." So I think that's a great message. Let me ask you this: I'm curious. From 2017 until now, how do you feel this process has gone? Do you feel like there is anything that could have been done better, or is everything pretty smooth? What's your take?
That's like saying, how do you feel about the Civil War? It lasted 5 years. Anything?
Right, good question. Lots of interesting things. Yeah.
Could have said, nah, let's just don't charge up that hill, side by side and get slaughtered. No, I have said many times, this is a paradigm shift of unprecedented proportions. It is following 75 years of one of the most extraordinary things the government of any country has ever done, which is somehow truth embargo or embargo, a reality that's flying over our heads all the time. I mean, it was like, and without having to assassinate people and round us up and put us in jail. So the idea that it was going to get resolved easily, no. And given all the entities and agencies and people involved, both past and present, was it going to be not messy? Of course it was going to be messy. Awkward, difficult, yes. But what isn't, right? Pick something else that isn't, right? Let's talk about our exit from Afghanistan. Didn't go smoothly. This is history. These are big things. But if they continue in a reasonable and orderly way, and if people do what is right, and they start focusing on authenticity and truth instead of BS and manipulation. If we will get to where we have to go, and I encourage people, don't focus on this odd thing or that screw up, or jump on every debunking item that gets thrown up. It's going to happen. Get yourself up at 30,000 feet, right? And look down on the process from there. Have a cool drink with you, okay? Not the pilot, just you. And try to see everything from that perspective and see the larger picture unfolding. When you do that, a lot of the anxiety falls away, and it's easier to see what I'm seeing, which is we're heading for disclosure, and hopefully, and very likely, before the political season begins for the 2024 election. They do not want to have this issue still hanging out as several hundred people start to run for the presidency. That will be a mess. On the other hand, if disclosure has happened and that issue is now worldwide accepted and in play, a fact, then every one of the politicians can speak to it in a thoughtful and orderly way without having to put any BS out, and be able to speak to what is a nonpartisan issue, so that people won't be laughing at them. They'll go, oh, I think you're a complete idiot, sir, but boy, what you're saying about the UAP issue, that makes sense. I kind of like you. Why don't you talk that way about everything else? So that's my take. Disclosure this year before the campaign season begins.
Now, one interesting thing about that, that's great to hear, Steve. I appreciate your optimism. I always appreciate your optimism. And, one thing here is that, sometimes people think about the disclosure process and the process of revealing more information to the general public, at least as far as like the U.S. military, the government is concerned. If we're going to ignore everything that's happening in academia, everything that's happening in like the VC world and new technologies and things like that, if we're just squarely focused on DC, there is the aspect where even within DC, we have these differing factions, right? We've got the DOD, and they seem to be like running interference often. And we've been dealing with the Aero office that is kind of like under the auspices of DOD, who has been, frankly, like, I don't want to use the word, but have been like blocking, the process in a large form way for many years. And here we have this representative, and we're going to be hearing from him in the public for the first time in a way. And we're wondering, like, what kind of cards is he's going to play, right? Because he's been hearing from Bob Salas. He's been hearing from these other people. And we also know from the New York Times, from the work of Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal, and others, that people like Eric Davis, people like Bob Salas and others have been also giving testimony to other people besides Sean Kirkpatrick. So do you think that there's an element here where we're going to hear from Sean Kirkpatrick and we're going to be wondering, is this a step in the process where it's not smooth sailing, but it's a guy who's going to be painting himself into a corner for the benefit of other people?
I don't think so. First of all, let's be careful with language. They haven't testified to other people. They've given briefings on the Hill. I can't even imagine how many members of Congress now have gotten a classified briefing. It's a lot. All the top committees, the armed services, Intel, and so forth. And of course, they're now, chatting it up with some of their colleagues and friends in the lunchroom and whatever. It's spreading through Congress, but they've gotten briefings. We know that many witnesses have been taken up on the Hill by Christopher Mellon and some others to, quote, brief members of Congress. Not testify to them, all right, to give them background information. All of these politicians right now, even the ones that have no connection to this issue in a public way, are all, among other things, such as raising vast sums of money so they can get reelected and whatever else they have to do, they are all trying to think, how are we going to address this issue? What are we going to do? Some of them are going right at it. And the classic example is Congressman Tim Burchett, who cannot get in front of too many microphones and say, the extraterrestrials are here and we have crash technology, which happens to be true. And you have to give him credit for that. He sees that as a plus for himself, and that's good. And what Tim is doing is like an icebreaker. He's making it easier for others to come forward with more moderate statements. But testimony is about sitting in front of a hearing table, taking an oath, and answering questions about your knowledge and history on this issue to a member of the House or Senate with millions of people watching. That is a whole different thing, and that has not happened. And that's not Kirkpatrick's job. His job isn't to come on there and tell us what Bob Salas has told him. All of that is the pre-hearing work. His job is to bring attention to what AARO is doing, to satisfy Gillibrand that the demands that she and others included in those two extraordinary pieces of legislation, the NDAA 2022-2023 Act, which is just unprecedented, right? A lot of people just take that for granted. Oh, don't we write legislation like that all the time? No, we don't. Right? And essentially show the flag, do the right thing. Is she going to press him and try to put him in a corner? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. He will say the kinds of things you would expect from the head of a new department as to what is going on. Now, there are other members on that committee, right, besides Gillibrand, who could ask Sean anything they want. Now, these kinds of committees at that level, such as the subcommittees of the Armed Services Committee, as well as the Intel committees, these are members who, by and large, are pretty disciplined. They don't get wild and crazy. These are serious committees involving the national defense and what have you. And so I don't expect too much. But just to give you a taste of what could happen, let us go back to the hearing from Moultrie and Bray, led by Andre Carson, when another member of Congress who has made a decision that I got this, by the name of Mike Gallagher, as we approach the end of that hearing, deliberately and with intent brought up two things, just out of nowhere. Mr. Bray, do you know anything about the nuclear weapons things that have happened? Just asking. And Bray wasn't there to talk about that. He wasn't in a position, he wasn't even that formal head of anything. He was like an interim guy. And he just basically had to say, well, we don't know. And naturally, he took a lot of grief over that. I feel sorry for the guy. But then Gallagher wasn't done. He then turns and hands to Carson. I would like to put the Wilson Davis notes into the congressional record. All right. So let's just say that something like that could happen. One of the members of the Armed Services Subcommittee could just decide to turn to Gillibrand. And by the way, I have these documents about such and such and such and such, and I want to put them into the record. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. I think it's not likely to happen, but it could happen. But the most important thing, gentlemen, and people watching need to understand is that when a hearing like this happens, it's not just we had a hearing, something was said, we move on. This hearing is a message that is sent to every single member of the House and Senate and all of the Senate staff, as well as the White House staff. It is a message sent to all the lieutenant colonels and colonels in the DOD. All right. This is real. It is happening. You need to start getting on board. You need to start taking it seriously if you haven't yet. All right. Your future with the Department of Defense or your future as a member of Congress may depend on how you handle this issue. And they are basically saying what I have been saying for years, but without using the words. The most profound event in human history is taking place. How do you want to be seen in respect to this in history? Do you want to make a fool of yourself? Do you want to continue to hang on to the truth embargo until the last dog dies? Or do you want to get in the truth business, get in the orderly process of making this possible? That message is being sent in a number of ways, and it will be sent again this morning.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm wondering, like, from everybody here, if you don't mind, Sean, me wondering just like, what do you think, given that this is a relatively procedural hearing that's going to be kind of the first update in a way from AARO in front of the subcommittee in terms of like this office recently being stood up or standing up or however you phrase it, right? Like how, like what is the most significant data point? Because we heard from people like Chris Mellon, we've heard from Sean, you know, online on Twitter, getting questions, strategic questions from folks online and from thought leaders in the field in terms of like what can be asked and what could be answered in this hearing that could be the most revealing piece of data that could possibly happen at this stage of the game where we are today in 2023. What do you guys think?
That's a great question and hard to answer without having the data yourself, right? But what I would ask is something along the lines of, do you have any data that shows objects being transmedium, moving from space to the atmosphere to water, or vice versa? I think that would be a great question to ask, because all he has to simply do is say yes, and that puts it on a different course, But he can say yes, but I can't share with you the actual data because of the what it was captured on is classified. So I think that would be fantastic. But I'm also very impatient. So you can just go in and say, I hope you didn't show up today without the body, because if you did, we're wasting our freaking time. But and I also think it would be appropriate to follow up on things like Wilson Davis documents, because they were asked about in the last hearing and put in the congressional record. I think that would be appropriate, or even Maelstrom, to follow up on that. But they probably have their own agenda because they're a different committee. So,
what would be appropriate is for Bob Salas to sit at a hearing table under oath and discuss that event.
Yeah.
What would be appropriate is for any of the witnesses with respect to do that, not Sean Kirkpatrick. To the extent that he speaks to any, Davis and Wilson should be the ones discussing it in front of a hearing under oath. And one of the reasons that's important, forgive me, when Sean Kirkpatrick at that level mentions Bob Salas or any of these other things, he's putting these people on a spot. They're not in a position to testify. There's no formal process, and he's just kind of throwing it out there. And Wilson or Davis they're going to have the press try to come at them, and what do you want? That's not the way you want to do this. And so he's not going to talk that way. He's going to give her an update on the funding situation, the scope of the cross-agency committee, how much is already in place. All right. He may give a summary of the data that's coming in and how successful they are of organizing that process. All right. But it will be notable that if one of the other members of the committee with their own agenda ask him that tough question, like, and here's a question that might be answered and should be asked, I think. It's a reasonable question. Dr. Kirkpatrick, it has been mentioned in a number of news articles that witnesses such as former SAC base officers have been pre-interviewed or interviewed by Aero. Why have you done that? Is that in anticipation of hearings taking place, right? And so forth, all right? That would be a pretty significant question that is appropriate to ask, and the answer is yes. We are interviewing them. We would like to have note what they are, what kind of testimonies they may have, and she may ask, were those hearings in preparation for, were those interviews in preparation for hearings before some congressional committees? That would be a good question, a legitimate question. And all he has to do is say yes. And boy, the light in a lot of reporters' eyes is going to suddenly go on, and they're going to, oh, you mean, yeah, we are going to have those hearings? So if I'm Gillibrand, I would ask the questions that tips off the American people and the rest of the Congress that, yeah, there are hearings coming. You didn't think they weren't, were you? So look for that. Something like that. Is it a game playing? Not exactly. It is appropriate to the process, right? We're dealing with important matters. A lot of people's careers are involved. Agencies' reputations are involved. Even though there has been a truth embargo for 70 years, we're irritated by that. That doesn't mean that the end of the truth embargo has got to be, like the French Revolution, right? With people running up and down the streets and creating barricades and cutting off heads and stuff. No. It needs to be orderly, but it does need to be expeditious.
That would be the logical next step, though, wouldn't it be, Steve? It would actually getting witnesses on the record under oath and saying what they know, rather than this kind of drip feed that we've had for decades now, where they're interviewed by certain people and they're in magazines and they're in books, etc., but nothing formal, nothing that you can actually sort of hang something over them and say, look, is this definitely true what you're saying? So they're actually on the record and under oath. And then it becomes a much formal process. And then you can also go to the Air Force as well, and you can get them to come on the record. I don't know if that's possible as well, but because otherwise it's a case of, from my point of view, it's a case of us versus them, if you like. And it's one side saying, yeah, this exists, and then the Air Force come along and say, well, no, it doesn't. What's the Air Force's involvement going forward from this point? Are they still going to just stonewall it? Or are they undermined by people coming forward and going on the record? How much weight do you give the witness statements under oath when you've got decades of U.S. Air Force kind of just denial, basically?
Well, first of all, it is not the job of the Air Force or the Navy or any other service to, quote, deliver the goods. No way, right? There's so many reasons why that's not going to happen. That's not their job. There is only one person that can end this embargo and essentially declassify the fundamental core truth, and that's the President of the United States. Nobody else is in that position of authority. And so the Air Force and the Navy have got to sit back and wait to be told what to do. Now, they have participated in some things, all right? They have been asked to do some things, and they have done them. But the idea that they're going to be aggressive about it or act on their own, no. And the fact that they have been complicit in the truth embargo going back to the 60s and 50s, that's ancient history. Most of the people that were doing that are dead, all right? So now you have a new crop of individuals who are going to be not saddled, but they're going to be required, one of their jobs, one of the things that they'll look back on in their career is that I was part of the process which finally ended the embargo on this truth, and we got it out to the American people. And then after that, we went through a somewhat complicated process in which information was what we'll call revealing information, disclosure small d, took place, in which more and more knowledge in government hands was provided to the American people in an orderly fashion, right? Without violating national security, but under some pressure and some disagreement, meaning, well, we want more. We want this now. Well, we can't give you this now, and so forth. They'll be part of that. They will be part of a paradigm shift and a truth process that I'm sure they will be very proud of. This is what is happening. And so you have to kind of put the past in the rearview mirror for now, all right? The process of ending the truth embargo is not relitigating every abuse of power and every mistake that was made for 70 years. It is the process in the moment of getting the right people in front of the right committees with testimony under oath, which will then be thoroughly vetted by the journalists and the media, which will then spread that information out and lead somewhere. Right? This is not about, well, we need to have a hearing and then we can move on to the other nonsense that we deal with. No,
this is awesome.
Is leading somewhere. It has to lead somewhere. Look, the Watergate hearings, which were probably even more extensive than what these will be, went on forever, were incredibly complicated, but riveting on television, weren't just being done so they had something to do. They had a specific goal. Will the President of the United States be forced to resign and or be impeached and forced to resign or not? And ultimately, it achieved that outcome. It got to a place where the testimony under oath before hundreds of millions of people clearly showed that President Nixon had, how would you say, done egregious things, and he made the decision to resign. And that's fine. That was a big negative, right? That was a negative thing. One of the things that people don't understand or forget about what's going on now, this isn't a big negative. This is a massive positive. Those hearings about Nixon were painful and brutal and difficult, particularly if you're a Republican, because all it was about was getting rid of a president, right? And that was going to be a pain. And then you're going to have Ford having to decide whether to pardon him, which he did, and that ended his political career. All negative. This is about finally revealing to the entire world that you're not the only advanced species and civilization in a galaxy with 500 billion planets. All right? And so, wow, that's not a negative. That's a really cool thing. All right? And so that is one of the reasons why once this thing gets going, it's going to accelerate. It's going to accelerate because it is a powerfully important thing, and everybody's going to be a winner who gets on the right side of this. And I want people to think about it that way. I mean, and it's not going to be a process in which, yes, we get disclosure, but along the way, we eviscerate all those awful people that did not tell us the truth. Not even even if they're dead, we're going to destroy their legacy and all this other crap. No,
this is huge, man.
Okay,
this is the universe, dude.
It's hard and tough, and it's irritating that it has taken 75 years. But I would like to point out that one of the greatest movements of the 20th century, which is the Civil Rights Movement, took from 1875 to 1964 before it achieved the fundamental goal it had to get, which was the Civil Rights Act. And boy, a lot of people made a lot of sacrifice. Many never lived to see the outcome. It was tough, it was brutal, it was complicated, but it succeeded, all right? So the fact that this process is now 76 years old, I think there's a lot of civil rights activists who go, you know, walk it off, dude. Buckle up, right? You're getting off easy, right? It's 75 years, and what you're achieving is going to be so important and extraordinary for the entire world that hey, you should be grateful that this is the movement and the activist choice that you made, because the one we made was really tough and very difficult, and the outcome is still being resolved. That road is not over yet, and so I try to be understanding, and I try to let people know, hey, look, this is an activist movement. It's 76 years on. It's coming to an end. Rejoice and tell people how good you feel, and tell everybody in Congress and the government and the DOD how pleased you are that they're doing the right thing.
My one beef, so to speak, is leaving out the past. How can you really leave out the past and have any sort of disclosure, because it's so thick and rich? I just don't know how you can do that. And doesn't the past and all those well-documented cases further cement the reality of the situation? No. Doesn't that bolster the truth of it?
You don't leave out the past. The past is going to have its day. You need to leave out the past as we go through this final phase, as we get to the disclosure event. The things that have to happen that make it possible for the president to go before the American people with a minimum of politicalization and confirm the ET presence. That's what's going on. And so the past needs to be deferred. But as I said, you divide things up into three things: the pre-disclosure world, the disclosure event, and the post-disclosure world. There are things that can be dealt with in the post-disclosure world we can't get to yet now. Perfect example is the contact issue. The contact issue is not going to be in front of the committee hearings as we move towards disclosure from the president. But post-disclosure, when this thing is now accepted fact by everyone, the academics, God bless them, the journalists, the politicians, the general public, it's a fact, it's a given. Now, let's look at the past. Let's see what went on there. Let's acknowledge the heroes and the people that carried the water. Let's talk about what went wrong. Let's talk about how it could have been done differently. Let's resolve what needs to be resolved. Yes, the past is going to get vetted. 50,000 books have been written about the Civil War. Almost all of them have been written after the Civil War ended, right? Sure. So, yeah, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of books are going to be written about the truth embargo, this 76-year history, the end of the embargo, the disclosure process, and of course the post-disclosure world, certainly the first few years. I won't be around to read those books, but I know they're coming. And so again, it is simply telling people, look, relax, understand there's something going on, okay? We can get it done, but if you're going to try to get the entire previous 74 years through that same door, no, you can't get it through that door, not yet. You have to have a little patience here.
It's wonderful to hear. I think your framing, your context is really key here. You know, one thing, you know, I see people commenting in the chat about when are we starting up here, what's going on here. One thing to mention is that it was part of the schedule from the get-go that the closed door hearing was actually going to happen before the open door hearing. Now, that's unlike what happened last time with the House congressional case, our House congressional hearing last year. We kept hearing, questions and answers that were like, okay, let's put that off. We'll save that for the closed door. We'll save that for the closed door. Now, in this situation, with this particular group of people, we have other prominent senators that are going to be going up into the open hearing. Now, what do we think might be happening in this closed door hearing? That why would they put the cart before the horse and wanting to hear the confidential before the open hearing? And is there anything that, with these group of professional people who are used to hearing secrets all the time, is there anything that we can gain in this open hearing that might give us context for what might have happened in the closed door hearing?
That's a very important question you just asked. Look, the fact that they're holding, and assuming that is the case, I mean, I haven't had that sent to me, but whatever, I'm assuming it's true. The fact that they're holding a closed hearing before this is a sign of how important it is. The hearing with Moultrie and Bray wasn't that big a deal, right? Carson was kind of acting. Andre Carson, who is a fine member of Congress, I think this was a case where the House committee chairs and subcommittee chairs were watching all this stuff happening in the Senate, and they were going, well, we're not potted plants down here, all right? The House is kind of important too. Why aren't we involved with this, right? And so he, I think, made a decision, hey, I am a committee chair, and I can hold a hearing, and I can ask for Moultrie and Bray to come in, all right? So it was, how would you say, a little more like that. And so, and he was able to do that. But under the circumstances, a pre-closed door thing was not in play. And one of the reasons we know it wasn't in play is I think if they'd had a closed door hearing and worked out all the parameters in advance, I don't think Gallagher would have made that move and brought in the Wilson Davis notes and the nuclear weapons tampering. But that was then. 2 years later, the matter is far more serious. Arrow is being set up. There has been a lot that has happened. And so the closed door hearing ahead of this is a sign of how much more serious this is and how much more serious they're taking it. Meaning, look, let's find out what we're going to discuss. Let's get our ducks in a row. Let's make sure that we don't get off into the woods and so forth. In other words, let's maximize the hearing and let's do it right. Okay. Now, that's a good sign. All right. Again, let me give a perfect example. They know that some of the nuclear witnesses have been interviewed by Arrow. All right. And they probably would like to talk with Sean ahead of time about, Sean, look, it's not appropriate that we go there. These hearings are preliminary to congressional hearings. And so we're not going to ask you about that. Now, he can say, thank you, fine, we'll do whatever. In other words, just kind of getting on the same page. Is this public relations a little bit? But it's also about making the process work. Not doing stuff that's going to create political blowback or other issues. It's about doing it right, and it's perfectly legal. All right. So now, does that mean that a member of one of the members of the committee, having gone through the private hearing ahead of time, decides, well, no, I'm asking this. I'm going to ask about this. That's what I'm going to do. And they can do it. All right. And if they do, they do. All right. But all I can take away is this. It's not an effort to somehow manipulate it, but rather to do it right and to make sure they're not violating any understandings, agreements, NDAs, whatever. So this is a serious hearing, and that is an indication that it is serious. And understand, there have been a whole bunch of private, non-public briefings over the last 4 years, more than we know. The number of actual events and the number of people that have actually heard something and the number of times is large. Why? Because this thing is that big. All right. It's that big, but it's unlike most any other issue that they've ever dealt with in their careers. It's huge, but it is on the back end of a 75-year process in which the government said there's nothing here. So you see their dilemma. It's like trying to have hearings about the nuclear weapons situation, meaning let's have a hearing and talk to the right people about where is that going and what are we going to do about non-proliferation. But after a 50-year period in which the government had been denying, we don't have any nuclear weapons. There's no nuclear weapons. There's no bunkers out there with weapons. What are you talking about? You see how much more awkward that would be? That's what they're dealing with. All right. And it's a problem they created for themselves. But to be fair, most of the people sitting on these committees, they didn't create this embargo. They didn't found it and weren't that involved in maintaining it. But it's now their thing, and they're the ones that are going to have to fix it.
Wonderful. I think they're taking so long in the closed hearing probably because they're watching our commentary as far as what they're going to be talking about. So
absolutely. Yeah.
With that in mind, let me ask you, Mr. Bassett, how do you see disclosure affecting just mankind in general? How do you think things will change? What's your view of the post-disclosure world, so to speak?
Very simple question. Thank you for asking it. I have a 2-sentence response to that. Did I mention that 50,000 books were written about the Civil War?
Yeah.
Look, no one knows how the post-disclosure world is going to go. And it starts the day after the words come out of President Biden's mouth, unless they come out of Xi Jinping's mouth or Vladimir Putin's mouth first. But whoever head of state's mouth, that's when it begins. It begins 1 second after that. Look. Well, I'll use an analogy that I've used many times. If you've heard it, forgive me. But I really like it. It's the opposite of the Newtonian version of dropping a pebble into a perfectly still pond. We've seen that in slow motion. All right, it's very cool. So you see the thing coming down in slow motion and it hits the pond and these waves immediately start emanating in all directions and they start spreading out in this wonderful pattern and they go off in the distance and eventually they dissipate. Very cool. The post-disclosure world is going to be the exact opposite of that. Physically impossible, but the metaphor stands up. What do I mean? The disclosure will be less fairly large pebble being dropped into the calm ocean that is human civilization. I joke, but whatever. And we'll watch it in slow motion and it hits that ocean of civilization. But it doesn't generate big waves that go off in all directions and dissipate. Oddly enough, and against the physics, it generates small waves, just little waves that start moving out. And as we watch them spread further and further from the event, they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Like tsunamis, that when they finally arrive at the coast and things get shallow, they rise up and they kill everybody. But that's not what's going to happen. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the day after disclosure, not much is going to change. 99% of all the people in the world's lives, maybe 99.9, will be exactly the same. They will have to do exactly the same. Their problems will be the same. Their joys, their expectations, whatever. They're going to have to deal with it. Maybe they'll get a day off. I don't know. But mostly it's exactly the same. But then as that paradigm shift starts to gel in the minds of 8 billion people, including people that run things and have a lot of power and influence, as it starts to kind of work its way into their brain and starts to alter the way they think. And of course, as we start to consider the issues of technology and what does the government know and when is that coming out and so forth, it's going to start changing the world in bigger and bigger ways over the passage of time. So that 10 to 15 years after the disclosure event, the world is going to be profoundly different. Profoundly different. So we could spend days and months trying to itemize each little change, right? Okay. But we don't have days or months.
Dr. Sean
Here we
Kirkpatrick
go, guys.
testifying here and in today's earlier closed
We're
session.
ready to go.
And for his long and distinguished career, both in the intelligence community and in the Department of Defense. Dr. Kirkpatrick is the director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO. Congress established this office in law to get to the bottom of the very serious problem of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAP. Dr. Kirkpatrick has a very difficult mission. While we have made progress, there remains a stigma attached to these phenomenon. There is a vast and complex citizen engagement, and there's also very challenging scientific and technical hurdles. So we appreciate the willingness of Dr. Kirkpatrick to lean in on this issue and the work that he has accomplished thus far. And we look forward to both his opening statement and his presentation of examples of the work AARO has done. In late 2017, media reports surfaced about activities set in motion by the late long-serving Majority Leader Senator Harry Reid more than a decade ago. We learned that there was strong evidence of advanced technology reflected in the features and performance characteristics of many objects observed by our highly trained service members operating top-of-the-line military equipment. We learned that for the past 8 years, military pilots frequently encountered unknown objects in controlled airspace off both the east and west coasts across the continental United States in test and training areas and ranges. We don't know where they come from, who made them, or how they operate. As former Deputy Secretary of Defense David Norquist observed, had any of these objects had the label made in China, there would be an uproar in the government and media. There would be no stone unturned and no effort spared to find out what we were dealing with. We can look at the recent incursion of the unidentified PRC high-altitude balloon as an example. But because of the UFO stigma, the response has been irresponsibly anemic and slow. Congress established AARO. We made it clear that we expect vigorous action. We added very substantial initial funding for the office, but despite our best efforts, the president's budget for fiscal years 23 and 24 requested only enough funding to defray the operating expenses of AARO. It included almost no funds to sustain the critical research and development necessary to support a serious investigation. It took a letter to Secretary Austin from Senator Rubio and me and 14 other senators to get the office temporary relief for the current fiscal year. In this hearing, I intend to probe a series of specific issues. In the recent incidents where multiple objects were shot down over North America, it seemed that Pentagon leadership did not turn to AARO office to play a leading role in advising the combatant commander. We need to know whether this will continue. We need to know whether the leadership in DoD will bring AARO into the decision-making process in a visible way. And we need to know what role AARO will play in interagency coordination after the NSC working group disbands. In the fiscal year 2023 National Defense and Intelligence Authorization Acts, Congress established a direct reporting chain from the AARO director to the Deputy Secretary of Defense. The role of the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security is limited to providing administrative support. We need to know how this direction is being implemented. UAP are frequently observed flying in extremely high or very low speeds and come in various sizes and shapes. During the recent shootdowns over North America, DoD disclosed that filters on radar systems were adjusted to allow for detection and tracking of diverse sets of objects for the first time. While opening the aperture can overload the real-time analytic process, we cannot keep turning a blind eye to surveillance data that is critical to detecting and tracking UAP. We need to know whether Dr. Kirkpatrick can achieve the necessary control over sensor filters and the storage and access to raw surveillance data to find UAP anomalies. Finally, one of the tasks Congress set for AARO is serving as an open door for witnesses of UAP events or participants in government activities related to UAPs to come forward securely and disclose what they know without fear of retribution for any possible violations of previously signed non-disclosure agreements. Congress mandated that AARO set up a publicly discoverable and accessible process for safe disclosure. While we know that AARO has already conducted a significant number of interviews, many referred by Congress, we need to set up a public process and we need to know where that effort stands. With that, I'd like to turn to Senator Ernst for her opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Kirkpatrick, for your testimony today. I'll keep these remarks very brief so that we have maximum time for your briefing. The recent downing of the Chinese surveillance balloon and 3 other objects underscores the need for domain awareness. Adversaries like China and Russia are working to hold U.S. interests, including our homeland, at risk. That's why your testimony is so important. And I so look forward to a progress update on the establishment of your office. As members know, your office evolved from the Navy-led Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force to the All-Domain Anomalous Resolution Office, known as AARO. Dr. Kirkpatrick, your extensive background in science and technology, research and development, and space makes you well-suited to discuss these emerging challenges. My priority is that we understand the full range of threats posed by our adversaries in all domains. That is what the Joint Force needs to be prepared to fight and win in defense of our nation. This committee needs to know about Chinese or Russian advanced technology programs to exploit our vulnerabilities. And it needs to know whether your office, along with the IC, has detected potential Chinese or Russian capabilities to surveil or attack us. Finally, we need to ensure efficient interagency coordination. Multiple elements of the DoD and IC own a piece of this mission. To add value, AARO's efforts cannot be redundant with others. Thank you again. We look forward to your testimony.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, you can give your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Gillibrand, Ranking Member Ernst, distinguished members of the subcommittee. It's a privilege to be here today to testify on the defense's efforts to address unidentified anomalous phenomena. First, I want to thank Congress for its extensive and continued partnership as the department works to better understand and respond to UAP in an effort to minimize technical and intelligence surprise. Unidentified objects in any domain pose potential risks to safety and security, particularly from military personnel and capabilities. Congress and DoD agree that UAP cannot remain unexamined or unaddressed. We are grateful for sustained congressional engagement on this issue, which paved the way for the DoD's establishment of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office in July of last year. Though AARO is still a young office, the spotlight on UAP in recent months underscores the importance of its work and the need for UAP to be taken seriously as a matter of national security. All leadership that I've had the pleasure of working with, whether DoD, IC, DOE, civil, scientific, or industrial, view Congress as a critical partner in this endeavor. AARO has accomplished much in the last 9 months since it was established. The AARO team of more than 36 experts is organized around 4 functional areas: operations, scientific research, integrated analysis, and strategic communications. In the 9 months since AARO's establishment, we've taken important steps to involve and improve UAP data collection, standardize the department's UAP internal reporting requirements, and implement a framework for rigorous scientific and intelligence analysis, allowing us to resolve cases in a systematic and prioritized manner. Meanwhile, consistent with legislative direction, AARO is also carefully reviewing and researching the U.S. government's UAP-related historical record. AARO is leading a focused effort to better characterize, understand, and attribute UAP, with priority given to UAP reports by DoD and IC personnel in or near areas of national security importance. DoD fully appreciates the eagerness from many quarters, especially here in Congress and in the American public, to quickly resolve every UAP encountered across the globe from the distant past through today. It's important to note, however, ARROW is the culmination of decades of DoD, intelligence community, and congressionally directed efforts to successfully resolve UAP encountered first and foremost by U.S. military personnel, specifically Navy and Air Force pilots. The law establishing ARROW is ambitious, and it will take time to realize the full mission. We cannot answer decades of questions about UAP all at once, but we must begin somewhere. While I assure you that ARROW will follow scientific evidence wherever it leads, I ask for your patience as DoD first prioritizes the safety and security of our military personnel and installations in all domains. After all, a UAP encountered first by highly capable DoD and IC platforms, featuring the nation's most advanced sensors, are those UAP most likely to be resolved by my office, assuming the data can be collected. If ARROW succeeds in first improving the ability of military personnel to quickly and confidently resolve UAP they encounter, I believe that in time we will have greatly advanced the capability of the entire United States government, including its civilian agencies, to resolve UAP. However, it would be naive to believe that the resolution of all UAP can be solely accomplished by the DoD and IC alone. We will need to prioritize collection and leverage authorities for monitoring all domains within the continental United States. ARROW's ultimate success will require partnerships with the interagency, industry partners, academia, and the scientific community, as well as the public. ARROW is partnering with the services, intelligence community, DOE, as well as civil partners and across the U.S. government to tap into the resources of the interagency. The UAP challenge is more an operational and scientific issue than it is an intelligence issue. As such, we are working with industry, academia, and the scientific community, which bring their own resources, ideas, and expertise to this challenging problem set. Robust collaboration and peer review across a broad range of partners will promote greater objectivity and transparency in the study of UAP. I want to underscore today that only a very small percentage of UAP reports display signatures that could reasonably be described as anomalous. The majority of unidentified objects reported to ARROW demonstrate mundane characteristics of balloons, unmanned aerial systems, clutter, natural phenomena, or other readily explainable sources. While a large number of cases in our holdings remain technically unresolved, this is primarily due to a lack of data associated with those cases. Without sufficient data, we are unable to reach defendable conclusions that meet the high scientific standards we set for resolution, and I will not close a case that I cannot defend the conclusions of. I recognize that this answer is unsatisfying to those who in good faith assume that what they see with their eyes, with their cameras, and with their radars is incontrovertible evidence of extraordinary characteristics and performance. Yet time and again, with sufficient scientific quality data, it is fact that UAP often, but not always, resolve into readily explainable sources. Humans are subject to deception and illusions, sensors to unexpected responses and malfunctions, and in some cases, intentional interference. Getting to the handful of cases that pass this level of scrutiny is the mission of ARROW. That is not to say that UAP, once resolved, are no longer of national security interest, however. On the contrary, learning that a UAP isn't of exotic origin, but is instead just a quadcopter or balloon, leads to the question of who is operating that quadcopter and to what purpose. The answers to those questions will inform potential national security or law enforcement responses. ARROW is a member of the department's support to the administration's Tiger Team effort to deal with stratospheric objects such as the PRC high-altitude balloon. When previously unknown objects are successfully identified, it is ARROW's role to quickly and efficiently hand off such readily explainable objects to the intelligence, law enforcement, or operational safety communities for further analysis and appropriate action. In other words, ARROW's mission is to turn UAP into SEP, somebody else's problem. The U.S. government, the DoD and the IC in particular, has tremendous capabilities to deal with those encountered objects. In the wake of the PRC HAB event, the interagency is working to better integrate and share information to address identifiable stratospheric objects, but that is not ARROW's lane. Meanwhile, for the few cases in all domains, space, air, and sea, that do demonstrate potentially anomalous characteristics, ARROW exists to help the DoD, IC, and interagency resolve those anomalous cases. In doing so, ARROW is approaching these cases with the highest level of objectivity and analytic rigor. This includes physically testing and employing modeling and simulation to validate our analyses and underlying theories, then peer reviewing those results within the U.S. government, industry partners, and appropriately cleared academic institutions before reaching any conclusions. I should also state clearly for the record that in our research, ARROW has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity, off-world technology, or objects that defy the known laws of physics. In the event sufficient scientific data were ever obtained that a UAP encountered can only be explained by extraterrestrial origin, we are committed to working with our interagency partners at NASA to appropriately inform U.S. government's leadership of its findings. For those few cases that have leaked to the public previously and subsequently commented on by the U.S. government, I encourage those who hold alternative theories or views to submit your research to credible peer-reviewed scientific journals. ARROW is working very hard to do the same. That is how science works, not by blog or social media. We know that there is tremendous public interest in UAP and a desire for answers from ARROW. By its very nature, the UAP challenge has for decades lent itself to mystery, sensationalism, and even conspiracy. For that reason, ARROW remains committed to transparency, accountability, and to sharing as much with the American public as we can, consistent with our obligation to protect not only intelligence sources and methods, but U.S. and allied capabilities. However, ARROW's work will take time if we are committed to do it right. It means adhering to the scientific method and the highest standards of research integrity. It means being methodical and scrupulous. It means withholding judgment in favor of evidence. It means following the data where it leads, wherever it leads. It means establishing scientific peer-reviewed theoretical underpinnings of observed data. And ARROW is committed to all of those standards. I'm proud of ARROW's progress over the last 9 months. Much remains to be done, but the hard work is underway. Thank you for your continued support. And before we turn to questions, I'm going to walk you through some of our analytical trends and a couple of cases that we've prepared. So one of the things that ARROW does is high integrity analysis, as I've said. This chart represents the trend analysis of all the cases in ARROW's holdings, right, to date. What you'll see on the left is a histogram of all of our reported sightings as a function of altitude. So most of our sightings occur in the 15 to 25,000 foot range, and that is ultimately because that's where a lot of our aircraft are. On the far right upper corner, you'll see a breakout of the morphologies of all of the UAP that are reported. Over half, about 52% of what's been reported to us are round orb spheres. The rest of those break out into all kinds of different other shapes. The gray box is essentially there's no data on what its shape is. Either it wasn't reported or the sensor did not collect it. The bottom map is a heat map of all reporting areas across the globe that we have available to us. What you'll notice is that there is a heavy, what we call collection bias, both in altitude and in geographic location. That's where all of our sensors exist. That's where our training ranges are. That's where our operational ranges are. That's where all of our platforms are. In the middle, what we have done is reduce the most typically reported UAP characteristics to these fields, mostly round, mostly 1 to 4 meters, white, silver, translucent, metallic, 10,000 to 30,000 feet, with apparent velocities from stationary to Mach 2. No thermal exhausts usually detected. We get intermittent radar returns, we get intermittent radio returns, and we get intermittent thermal signatures. That's what we're looking for and trying to understand what that is. Next slide. So I'm going to walk you through 2 cases that we've declassified recently. This first one is an MQ-9 in the Middle East, observing that blow up, which is an apparent spherical object via EO sensors. Those are not IR. If you want to go ahead and click that and play it, you'll see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes. And then the camera will slew to follow it. You'll see it pop in and out of the
God, dude, they're
field
showing
of view there.
the fucking orb.
This is essentially all of the data we have associated with this event from some years ago.
This is like what I see.
It is going to be virtually impossible to fully identify that.
That's a pretty big one.
Just based off of that video. Now, what we can do and what we are doing is keeping that as part of that group of 52% to see what are the similarities, what are the trends across all of these, do we see these in a particular distribution, do they all behave the same or not? As we get more data, we will be able to go back and look at these in a fuller context.
Holy shit, dude.
How are we going to get more data? We are working with the joint staff to issue guidance to all the services and commands that will then establish what are the reporting requirements, the timeliness, and all of the data that is required to be delivered to us and retained from all of the associated sensors. That historically hasn't been the case, and it's been happenstance that data has been collected. Next slide. This particular event, South Asia MQ-9, looking at another MQ-9, and what's highlighted there in that red circle is an object that flies through the screen. Unlike the previous one, this one actually shows some really interesting things that everyone thought was truly anomalous to start with. First of all, it's a high-speed object that's flying in the field of regard of 2 MQ-9s. Second, it appears to have this trail behind it, all right, which at first blush, you would think that looks like a propulsion trail. In reality, if you want to play the first slide, we'll show you what that looks like in real time, the first video. So we're looking at that, there it goes. Why don't you play it again and then pause it halfway through, right there. All right, if you might be able to see that trail there behind it. That's actually not a real trail. That is a sensor artifact. Each one of those little blobs is actually a representation of the object as it's moving through. And later in the video, as the camera slews, that trail actually follows the direction of the camera, not the direction of the object. We pulled these apart frame by frame. We were able to demonstrate that that is essentially a readout overlap of the image. It's a shadow image, right? It's not real. Further, if you later follow this all the way to end, it starts to resolve itself into that blob that's in that picture in the top left, right? And if you squint, it looks like an aircraft because it actually turns out to be an aircraft. Go ahead and put that on. So you'll see the tail sort of pop out there. And so what you're looking at is, this is in the infrared, this is the heat signature off of the engines of a commuter aircraft that happened to be flying in the vicinity of where those 2 MQ-9s were at. Why am I showing you this? So the first one that I showed you, we don't have resolved yet, right? That is an unresolved case we are still studying. This one we can resolve. But this is the kind of data that we have to work with and the type of analysis that we have to do, which can be quite extensive when you have to pull these apart frame by frame. Further, we're now matching all of this with the models of all of those imaging sensors so that I can say, I can recreate this. I can actually show how the sensor is going to respond. All of these sensors don't necessarily respond the way you think they do, especially out in the world and in the field. And I believe that's all I have, and I will open it up for your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kirkpatrick. Can you just give us some raw numbers of how many UAPs you've analyzed, how many have been resolved, and sort of in what buckets, and then how many are still left to be resolved? Just an update from your January public report where it was 366 or something, and about 150 were balloons, and about 24 were drones. Just give us an update if you have one.
Sure. So as of this week, we are tracking over a total of 650 cases. Now, the report in January basically said about half of the ones at that time, about 150, were likely balloon-like or something like that. That doesn't mean they're resolved.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so let me walk everyone through what our analytic process looks like. We have essentially a 5-step process, right? So we get our cases in with all the data. We create a case for that event. My team does a preliminary scrub of all of those cases as they come in, just to sort out, do we have any information that says this is in one of those likely categories? It's likely a balloon, it's likely a bird, it's likely some other object, or we don't know. Then we prioritize those based off of where they are. Are they attached to a national security area? Does it show some anomalous phenomenology that is of interest? If it's just a spherical thing that's floating around with the wind and it has no payload on it, that's going to be less important than something that has a payload on it, which will be less important than something that's maneuvering, right? So there's sort of a hierarchy of just binning the priorities because we can't do all of them at once. Once we do that and we prioritize them, and we take that package of data in that case, and I have set up 2 teams. Think of this as a red team, blue team, or a competitive analysis. I have an intelligence community team made up of intelligence analysts, and I have an S&T team made up of scientists and engineers and the people that actually build a lot of these sensors, or physicists, because if you're a physicist, you can do anything, right? But they're not associated with the intel community. They're not intel officers. So they look at this through the lens of the sensor, of what the data says. We give that package to both teams. The intelligence community is going to look at it through the lens of the intelligence record and what they assess, and their intel tradecraft, which they have very specific rules and regulations on how they do that. Scientific community, technical community is going to look at it through the lens of what is the data telling me? What is the sensor doing? What would I expect a sensor response to be? And back that out. Those 2 groups give us their answers. We then adjudicate. If they agree, then I am more likely to close that case if they agree on what it is. If they disagree, we will have an adjudication. We'll bring them together. We'll take a look at the differences. We'll adjudicate why do you say one thing and you say another. We will then come to a case recommendation. That'll get written up by my team. That then goes to a senior technical advisory group, which is outside of all of those people, made up of senior technical folks and intel analysts and operators from retired out of the community. And they essentially peer review what that case recommendation is. They write their recommendations, that comes back to me, I review it, we make a determination, and I'll sign off one way or the other. And then that will go out as the case determination. Once we have an approved web portal to hang the unclassified stuff, we will downgrade and declassify things and put it out there. In the meantime, we're putting a lot of these on our classified web portal, where we can then collaborate with the rest of the community so they can see what's going on. That's, in a nutshell, that is the process, right? So because of that, that takes time. So of those over 650, we've prioritized about half of them to be of anomalous, interesting value. And now we have to go through those and go, how much do I have actual data for? Because if all I have is a operator report that says I saw X, Y, or Z, my assessment is A, B, or C, that's not really sufficient. That's a good place to start, but I have to have data. I have to have radar data, I have to have EO data, I have to have thermal data, I have to have overhead data, and we need to look at all that. Now, from a big picture perspective, I still have, that's all still very valuable data. And we're looking at applying a lot of things, new tools, analytic tools like natural language processing. So I can go across all of those reports and look for commonalities. How many of them are being described as round spherical objects that are maneuvering? How many of them are not maneuvering? How many of them seem to have a plume to it or no? That's also going to be very valuable to give us more of a global picture and a trends analysis of what are we seeing and help us get to the determination. So go back to your question, ma'am. We have this next quarterly report will be coming out here pretty soon. Our next annual report, you all have given us, moved it up to June, July. We're going to be having that done about that time frame, and we will have we'll be combining a whole number of reports into that one. I think we're currently sitting at around, if I remember correctly, we're around 20 to 30-ish are about halfway through that analytic process. A handful of them have made it all the way out to the other side, gone through peer review. We've got case closure reports done and signed. We're going to get faster as we get more people on board and we get more of the community tools to automate some of the analysis that has to be done.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Kirkpatrick, the ODNI annual threat assessment states that China's space activities are designed to erode U.S. influence across military, technological, economic, and diplomatic spheres. Likewise, Russia will remain a key space competitor. In the course of your work, have you become aware of any Chinese or Russia technical advancements to surveil or attack U.S. interests?
So that's a great question. Part of what we have to do as we go through these, especially the ones that show signatures of advanced technical capabilities, is determine if there's a foreign nexus. That's really hard if what we observe doesn't have a Chinese or Russian flag on the side of it. Now, I think it is prudent to say of the cases that are showing some sort of advanced technical signature, of which we're talking single percentages of the entire population of cases we have. I am concerned about what that nexus is, and I have indicators that some are related to foreign capabilities. We have to investigate that with our IC partners, and as we get evidence to support that, that gets then handed off to the appropriate IC agency to investigate. Again, it becomes an SEP at that point.
Yeah, somebody else's problem.
Right.
Very good. Thank you. Yes. Is it possible that the Chinese or Russian advanced technologies could be causing some of these anomalous behaviors? And you said there seems to be some indicators. So just for us today, could you describe potential threat that might exist out there if they are foreign nexus?
In order to do this research appropriately, we have to also be cognizant of what is the state of the art in development across the S&T community. What are the DARPAs of the world doing? What's the horizon scanning of emerging technologies appropriate to this subcommittee? what is happening out there. And if somebody could accelerate that capability, how would that manifest itself and what would it look like? And do those signatures match what we're seeing? There are emerging capabilities out there that in many instances, Russia and China, well, China in particular, are on par or ahead of us in some areas. Right. So previously, I used to be the Defense Department's intelligence officer for science and technical intelligence. That was our job, was to look for what does all that look like. And then, my last several years, of course, in Space Command doing space. The adversary is not waiting. They are advancing, and they're advancing quickly. If I were to put on some of my old hats, I would tell you they are less risk averse at technical advancement than we are. Right? They are just willing to try things and see if it works. Are there capabilities that could be employed against us in both an ISR and a weapons fashion? Absolutely. Do I have evidence that they're doing it in these cases? No, but I have concerning indicators.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that is why it's so important that you are working with the intelligence community as well, because you have the science, the data background, but you also need to know from various sources what adversaries may be working on. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Roque. Well, thank you, Chair Gillibrand, Ranking Member Ernst. This is a really important hearing. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Kirkpatrick, for your service to the country, and as a former systems analyst myself, I really appreciate your flow chart, the description of the process, and particularly the trends analysis going forward, how that's going to help us. And you talked about language, the large LLMs, the large language models, artificial intelligence. That's really going to help us in the hunt forward, predictive analysis, I think, to some of your point, what we're worried about. But I want to focus on Nevada because I want to talk about the impact of UAPs on aviation safety. So when it comes to unidentified aerial phenomena, one of my first concerns is really about the safety of Nevada's military aviator. So we have airmen stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, naval aviators flying at Naval Air Station Fallon, and service members from across the world training at the Nevada Test and Training Range. I know you know all this. And unfortunately, the existence of advanced UAPs in the U.S. airspace and over U.S. military installations, not a new phenomenon. The Navy's officially acknowledged that between 2004 and 2021, 11 near misses occurred involving UAPs that required pilot action and follow-up reports. As a result, in 2019, the Navy established a protocol for pilots to report on their dangerous encounters. So could you speak to any ongoing efforts within DoD to ensure the safety of our aviators with a potential UAP encounter, and what's your relationship with NORTHCOM, NORAD, SpaceCom when it comes to this immediate real-time response and how they're right there in the moment, right?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So let me start with, my relationship with the commands are very good. I just came back from sitting down with General Van Herk and all the J staff out at NORTHCOM a couple weeks ago, talking through exactly what we need to do to help them get their arms around this. We are also working very closely with Joint Staff, and the Joint Staff has just been very outstanding in helping work through policy and guidance issues to the forces and to the services. And I would like to just make sure that we message back to all of the operators the importance of their reporting, and the fact that you're about to get a bunch of new requirements that we're issuing through the Joint Staff on all of the data that we're going to need you to save and report back to us. It is invaluable, and we are working to try to take the most advantage of that to learn what it is that we're trying to mitigate. To get directly to your question, First thing that we're doing is normalizing our reporting, right? We're standardizing our reporting and the requirements associated with that. Guidance from the Joint Staff, I think, goes out maybe this week, maybe next week, that we've been working with them for some months that does exactly what I just said. It gives them timelines, it gives them requirements, it gives them, here's all the data you have to have, and you got to retain it. The next thing that comes after that is a plan org that will go out to the commands for mitigation and response. So there's a couple of things that we have to do. One, I need to work with the commands and with the IC and with our outside of our DoD and IC partners to extend our collection posture targeted at some of these key areas that you saw on that heat map. That have a lot of activity so that we can turn on extra collection when an operator sees something. So part of this is generating as a response function, what we call a tactic, technique, and procedure for an operator. When he sees something, calls back to the operations floor, they can turn on additional collection. What does that collection look like? How do I bring all that together so I can get more data on what is that thing?
Can I ask really quickly,
Sure.
do you have the authorities you need to extend your collection posture between agencies or branches of the military? Because that seems to me to maybe be a sticking point. I know my time's just about up. I'd love to follow up about your risk management methodologies for some of these, but do you need any authorities that you don't have to get the data?
There are some authorities that we need. We currently are operating under Title 10 authorities, but we have good relationships across the other agencies, but having additional authorities for collection, tasking, counterintelligence,
That's something.
those are all things that would be helpful, yes.
Thank you.
To follow up, Dr. Kirkpatrick, will you help us write that language so we can put it in the defense bill this year so that we know what authorities you need?
We can do that.
Thank you. We're going to start second round. So if you want to stay, you can ask another round. I have at least 3 more questions. So do you want to go right now? So in case you have to leave? Yeah, go ahead.
Spy balloon. It did cross through the U.S. airspace, shot down by a Sidewinder missile fired from an F-22. Sidewinders cost us close to $500,000 each. So, given the cost of these missiles, the cost per flight, all of these other things, like I said, follow up on the authorities, your methodologies, the data collection, they can help us in other ways. But how do you think we can develop a sustainable, affordable response to UAPs where we need to? That will definitely violate our airspace, definitely violate our airspace every chance that they can get, because they're our adversaries. They want this information. So what do you think some cost-effective measures might be that we can get what we need out of that or take them down, whatever's appropriate, whatever the appropriate measure is, let's put it that way.
So that is actually wrapped into the plan org that we're working with Joint Staff to send out. What do the commands need from both a capabilities perspective for kinetic and non-kinetic engagements? What are the response functions of the particular wings or Navy, what have you? And then what authorities do they need?
Right.
So one of the challenges that we've seen is there's an authorities issues with the owners, operators of those ranges that they need to work through, and we're working that with Joint Staff and OSD. So big picture, we need to do all that. If you want to get down to the specifics there are non-kinetic options to engage pretty much everything, right? Whether it's electronic warfare, whether it's laser technology.
That's where this data,
That's right.
the good data collection, predictive
Correct.
analytics, you can
Inform.
make some assumptions and possibilities.
That's right. And we will inform recommendations back to the department on here's what could work, here's what we've seen work, here's what doesn't work.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to just talk a little bit about your logistics, who you report to, how that's going, whether you need different reporting lines. By congressional legislation, your office is administratively located with the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, but you're not substantively subordinate to the Undersecretary. Rather, you are a direct report to the Deputy Secretary. Are you taking direction directly from the Deputy Secretary? Are you able to meet and brief the Deputy Secretary? Is the Office of USD INS working with you to have the right framework?
So USD INS, I currently report to USD INS until they come up with the plan for how they're going to implement legislation. DOD and DNI are working through that now. I'd have to refer you back to USD INS on what their plan is.
Do I need to update your reporting structure in the next defense bill, or is this something that you think will work its way out, or does it need further clarity?
I think they're planning on coming back to you with an answer on what that plan is, and I think at that time that will inform what you want to do.
Okay, thank you. As you know, Dr. Kirkpatrick, Congress has mandated that your office establish a discoverable and accessible electronic method for potential witnesses of UAP incidents and potential participants in government UAP-related activities to contact your office and tell their stories. Congress also set up a process whereby people subject to non-disclosure agreements, preventing them from disclosing what they may have witnessed or participated in, could tell you what they know without risk of retribution from or violation of their NDAs. Have you submitted a public-facing website product for approval to your superiors, and how long has it been under review?
I have. We submitted the first version of that before Christmas.
And do you have an estimate from them when they will respond and when you'll have feedback on that?
No, I don't.
Okay. We will author a letter asking for that timely response to your superiors. When do you expect that you will establish a public-facing discoverable and access portal for people to use to contact your office as the law requires?
So I would like to first say thank you all very much for referring the witnesses that you have thus far to us. I appreciate that. We've brought in nearly 24 so far. It's been very helpful. I'd ask that you continue to do that until we have an approved plan. We have a multi-phased approach for doing that we've been socializing and have submitted for approval sometime. Once that happens, then we should be able to push all that out and get this a little more automated.
Great.
What I would ask, though, is as you all continue to refer to us and refer witnesses to us, I'd appreciate if you do that. Please try to prioritize the ones that you want to do, because we do have a small research staff dealing with that.
Thank you. And then do you have any plans for public engagement that you want to share now that you think it's important that the public knows what the plan is?
So we have a number of public engagement recommendations according to our strategic plan. All of those have been submitted for approval. They have to be approved by USD INS. We are waiting for approval to go do that.
Okay, I will follow up on that. And then my last question is about the integration of departments' UAP operations, research analysis, and strategic communications. During the recent UAP incidents over North America, it didn't appear that you were allowed to play that role. Do you agree that the public perception is generally that you and your office did not appear to play a major role in the department's response to the detection of objects over North America? What can you tell us that's going on behind the scenes from your perspective? And in the after-action assessment process, is there awareness that there is a need to operate differently in the future and a commitment to doing so?
When the objects were first detected, I got called by Joint Staff Leadership to come in late one night to review events as they were unfolding and to give them an assessment based on what we knew at that time. I did that, worked with the Director of Joint Staff, the J2 and the J3 that night and over the couple of following days on what are the types of things that we are tracking from an unidentified object perspective, what databases do we use, those sorts of things for known objects, known tracking. Beyond that, the response, I would have to refer you back to the White House for the decision on how they did the response. We did not play a role in what you would respond, other than that initial, advice on what we are seeing and how we are seeing it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Kirkpatrick, I know that your office has gotten a lot of attention recently, and of course, any new agency, there tends to be a push to increase size and funding. We want to make sure that you're able to meet your goals, but what I also need to ensure is that we're not duplicating or replicating existing functions and creating redundancy within DoD and the interagency. So what steps are you taking right now to make sure that your particular office and function is unique to any of the other agencies that might be involved in these types of cases?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would like to lay down, here's what my sort of my mission and my goal and my vision here. So the vision is at some point in the future, you should not need an arrow. If I'm successful in what I'm doing, we should be able to normalize everything that we're doing into existing processes, functions, agencies, and organizations, and make that part of their mission and their role. Right now, the niche that we form is really going after the unknowns. I think you articulated it early on, this is a hunt mission for what might somebody be doing in our backyard that we don't know about. All right, well, that is what we are doing, right? But at some point, we should be able to normalize that. That's why it's so important, the work we're doing with Joint Staff, to normalize that into DoD policy and guidance. We are bringing in all of our interagency partners. So NASA is providing a liaison for us. I have FBI liaison, I have OSI liaison, I have service liaisons. Half of my staff come from the IC, half of my staff come from other scientific and technical backgrounds. I have DOE. And so what we're trying to do is ensure, again, as I make UAP into SEP, they get handed off to the people that is their mission to go do, so that we aren't duplicating that. I'm not going to go chase the Chinese high altitude balloon, for example. That's not my job. It's not an unknown, and it's not anomalous anymore. Now it goes over to them. Right.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I wanted just to follow up on the filters for surveillance. Outside observers have speculated that DoD sets filters on certain sensors to eliminate objects that are moving really fast or slow, because what we are looking for militarily are conventional aircraft and missiles. UAP that doesn't fit into these programs would thereby be weeded out and never noticed. This speculation was proven to be true during the UAP incidents over North America, where DoD publicly acknowledged that we were able to start seeing these UAPs only when we opened up these filters. Obviously, our military operators cannot be overloaded with objects that are not conventional aircraft or missiles. Can you nonetheless make sure that the raw data is being captured and subsequently processed, so that your office knows what's really out there? And is that going to cost money? Will you expect to pay for that money out of Aero's budget?
One of the key tenets that we're trying to do in our science plan is understand what those signatures are. So we get all the raw, for example, radar data prior to the scrubbing and filtering to allow it to enter into our weapon systems and our detection systems. We are now taking all that data and cross-correlating it to what pilots are saying they're seeing or other observations from other operators. What that allows us to do is then see if there are any any signatures in that data that I can pull out generate what we'll call automatic target recognition algorithms that allow us to then use that signature associated with a observed UAP, whatever that UAP may be. We will then make those recommendations of what those changes should be back to the department. So the deputy secretary had asked me last October to make those recommendations. What changes do we need to make to radars, to platforms, to detection systems and algorithms to pull on those algorithms and make those changes? That's going to take some time. That's where the research and development comes in, right? It's not instantaneous. Right now, a lot of the, I won't say, a lot of the things that fall outside of the ranges of those filters have been identified by people in the loop, and you can't have people in the loop all the time. It's just not cost effective. So part of our budget is working through what does that look like, and then making those recommendations back to the big program offices for them to put into changes in that acquisition.
My last question is about the academic community. Can you give us an update on sort of how you collaborate with the academic community and whether how the independent study being done by NASA complements ARRO's work?
Sure. Two questions, so I'm going to try to make it quick. The 1979, Carl Sagan said, "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence." I would go one step further, and I would say extraordinary claims require not only extraordinary evidence, but extraordinary science. And so how do you do that? You do that with the scientific method, right? And so as ARRO is developing and implementing its science plan, it has to do so grounded in a solid foundation of scientific theory across the entire range of hypotheses that have been presented for what UAP are. That range spans adversary breakthrough technology on one hand, known objects and phenomena in the middle, all the way to the extreme theories of extraterrestrials. All of that has physics-based signatures associated with it, whether it's theoretical from the academic community, known from things like hypersonic weapons, or adversary breakthrough technologies, as we've talked about before, or the known objects that we have to go measure. The idea is across that entire range, you have to come up with peer-reviewed scientific basis for all of it. The academic community plays a very big role on the one end of the spectrum, the intelligence community on the other end of the spectrum, and then measurement in the middle. Once I have those signatures identified in validated peer-reviewed documents, then I have something to point to for all that data. Because all that data is going to match one of those signatures, right? And then I can go, well, it's that and not that, or it's that. And that helps us go through all that. Where NASA comes in and the study that they're doing, which I'm supporting, is really looking at the unclassified data sources that might be used to augment our classified data sources to understand if there's a signature there we can pull on. So very similar to the radars, but civil capabilities. So for example, we have a lot of climate science satellites, for example, that look at Earth. Lots of them. How many of those is the data valuable in seeing these kinds of objects? The challenge in that is those platforms don't necessarily have the resolution you need. So if you remember the slide I put up there with the trends, the size of the objects we're looking for are typically reported to be 1 to 4 meters. Well, the resolution of many of the climate science civil satellites is much larger than that, which means you'd have a hard time picking out something that's smaller than a pixel on the imagery on the data. That's not to say all of it's not useful, and there are ways of pulling through that data and going through. That is what NASA is focused on right now. So what are some other data sources that could be used? In addition, things like open source and crowdsourcing of data. We're exploring public-private partnerships, ma'am, as you know, we've talked about in the past, to look at, is there a way to smartly crowdsource additional data that might be useful to augment some of my classified sources? And what does that look like? And how would we do it so that we're not overwhelmed by, everybody who wants to take a picture of everything?
Like to tell the committee before we close? Or do you have another round? Yeah. Do you have anything else you'd like to tell the committee before we close?
Thank you very much for allowing us to come and share a little bit of insight into what Aero is up to and what we're doing. I hope to be able to share a whole lot more in the future. We have a lot of work to do, so if you don't hear from me outside, it's because we've got a lot of work to do.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kirkpatrick. Thank you for the hearing.
Thank you.
Well, there's a
lot to chew on. A lot to chew on.
Yeah, a lot to chew on. I mean, I think for starters, on the positive side, got a new UAP video. That was a lot better than the last one. Looks a lot like that Mazul orb from Jeremy Corbell. The other thing is he said, and I saw Stephen, you smiling, when he mentioned the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and that's a possibility. So I thought those were a couple of good things. Mr. Bassett, I know you have a lot of thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear them. What do you got? Or Jay, do you want to go first?
I've talked a lot before. Let Jay go first.
Oh, you need your microphone, Jay. Yeah. You got to turn it on now.
There's a lot to think about here. There we go. There's a lot to think about here, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I was a little flummoxed getting my thoughts together here, but it's interesting. Okay, like it's basically in some ways what I expected, and I think what many expected in terms of we're listening to Sean Kirkpatrick, who is trained in the art of not revealing more information than he's supposed to, right? We're dealing with essentially like a DOD guy, and he's going to be, and his part of his whole job is to act to be as nuts and bolts and scientifically minded as possible. And at the same time, towards the end of the hearing, he was like, thanks for those nearly 24 witnesses that you sent me, yada, yada, yada. So, there is some weight here that's very interesting because some of the witnesses that we know of, like Mario Woods, like Bob Salas, like others, he's crediting Gillibrand essentially, and those guys, whoever that consortium is, maybe it's everybody that signed that letter, recently, Marco Rubio, etc. I'm not sure, but who is sending those witnesses to him? What's that process like? You know what I mean? And why were none of those witnesses at their testimonies and their efforts and their histories, baked into that dry fucking chart that guy had, right? Because, I'm sorry, but there's an element here where we're still getting completely snowballed. This is progress, but from my perspective anyway, I'm looking at this as one step in an interrogation process. I'm listening to somebody, Gillibrand and others, who are looking at whether this office can get properly funded. However, at the same time, we need to be thinking in a bigger picture way where it's like, if we're focusing only through this guy as owning the only flaming hoop that information is going to go through, he has completely shown his cards as being somebody that's going to obfuscate the truth, honestly. That's my perspective right now. I mean, I could be proven wrong. I'd be happy to be proven wrong by anybody. But I don't buy what this guy is telling me. I buy that he is a naturally maybe skeptical person. I get that. But why would he do that paper with Avi about, the possibilities of alien motherships and things like this, right? Like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth with the two public statements that he's really given us, Avi's paper and this hearing. And that is a very, very typical perspective from somebody in a position like him to talk out of both sides of his mouth. But I think personally, it's kind of infuriating. And personally, I think that this is one step where we're basically listening to this guy's perspective, and we're waiting for, we're basically trying to box this kid into telling us where the F he was when the graffiti showed up on the side of the building. And eventually, we're going to figure out who the culprit was, how the graffiti got there, and like what's the history of that event, if that makes sense. I'd love to hear what Stephen and Sean have to say.
Well, I think, again, I talked a lot before. Let Sean go next.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think straight away, it's kind of a lot of it is the typical kind of DOD talk. Like for anyone who's watched my live stream yesterday going through the history of the hearings here with the Air Force, you got the same stuff. You got the same stuff today for the most part. But there are, differences that are worth mentioning, which is him mentioning the ET possibility, even though that, maybe he said extreme before it, he didn't throw it out. They're just focusing on anomalous stuff. So, it's hard to take away much from this kind of hearing where the right questions weren't asked to get the information that we would like to hear. First of all, when they mentioned the whistleblower stuff and how that's going, that would have been a perfect opportunity to ask who at least are the whistleblowers, or, confirming any information as far as, what we know the whistleblowers told them, anything like that. They just moved right past it. Is he going to be honest with us? It's hard to say. If you go with Mr. Bassett's disclosure plan, I think that he will be, right? Or he'll be replaced. So, but it's hard to say from this. I know he likes rings. He's got a pinky ring, so for whatever that means.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you some thoughts here. I made some notes to help me, but so this is not in a particular order. But first of all, let me point out some things that maybe some people didn't think about. First of all, this is not a hearing; it's a formal briefing. He did not take an oath when he sat down. You may have noticed that, and neither did Moultrie or Bray when they sat down before Carson's committee. This is a briefing. I'm here as a servant of the people and the government to tell you what's going on. I'm not part of a more elaborate and more significant process of addressing a very important issue that needs to be under oath, because the process is going to be viewed by a lot of people, and it's has great implications, or whatever. There's any number of reasons why people have to be under oath. But that's not the case. It's a briefing. Okay. Another point. Not all the subcommittee members were there. There were just 3. Right. So, again, briefing. If this is a proper hearing, they'd all be there, I can assure you. If he was there and had to take an oath to be there, they would all be sitting there. But no, this is a briefing. They don't all need to be there. No problem. Okay. It was definitely noted that he used the term extraterrestrial. Be assured, he does not have to say that word in that hearing. It's not necessary. There's all kinds of ways that he could have answered those questions and never mentioned it. But he did. And as far as I'm concerned, and that's happened before, that's his way of saying, yeah, I know. I'm aware. I know what you're interested in, and so forth. I think the other thing I want to point out is that if you know anything about Blue Book, Arrow is not Blue Book. It's not even close to being Blue Book. It's way beyond that.
No, I mean, first of all, Blue Book got in all their cases, and their protocol was to close as many as possible, no matter what, calling them balloons, planes, whatever. There's a clear difference, as an Arrow only deals with the anomalous.
Well, it's more than that.
So
Blue Book was an Air Force program.
All right. Well, sure.
Arrow is a Department of Defense cross-agency program. Blue Book was set up to debunk the issue, literally as part of the truth embargo. This doesn't have any of the indications of that. Let's see. I think it's very notable that all three of the committee members that elected to be there, obviously Gillibrand was, and the ranking, as it happens, but also the third woman. These are all women. And the truth embargo, the vast intelligence complex that was created after World War II, was a virtually totally male-dominated enterprise. Creating secrecy, building underground facilities, playing all those games, that is a male thing. We love it. We're addicted to it. We can't stop it. Does that mean that women are not in the military, that aren't being brought into higher level positions? No, that does not mean that. It simply means that I believe women are far more, how would you say, open to addressing the reforms needed to fix the abuses of the military intelligence complex, far more open to the idea of transparency, and so forth. And so I noted that. All right. Another thing. At some point, it's the end, is when she got to the witness issue. That's the most important. And what did we learn? Okay, there are witnesses. All right. Mm-hmm. We learned that apparently the Senate, and I think the House too, has actually referred witnesses to them for consideration. Okay. Right. Gee, is it possible that many of the witnesses that they referred to them are the ones that Chris Mellon was bringing up on the Hill to do the private briefings with members of Congress as they decided whether to move forward legislation? I think so. Mm-hmm. Do we know who some of these are? Yes, we do. So, but here's something else. And he's going, yes, oh yeah, of course, we have the witnesses and we talk to them. But a lot of people didn't think for a minute, wait a minute. Some spherical object flying through a video that they don't quite know what it is, and then another thing flying through a video that when they do extensive analysis on it may be an airplane, and all of the other stuff that fundamentally dominated his initial presentation, which is totally appropriate and should have been transparently revealed and set up long ago, dealing with things in the sky. What's going on there? Witnesses are not orbs flying through the sky. Witnesses are not something that light in the sky that people saw. I don't know what the hell it is. Witnesses are not that at all. You're not going to be running them through some sort of, I don't know, physics process where you determine whether they're human or not human or whatever the hell. Witnesses are individuals working for the government under oath in the military and elsewhere that have seen things of extraordinary implications. The shutting downs of nuclear missiles is not an object in the sky. It's 10 missiles that are separately maintained in one of our most secret facilities, defending the country being shut down in sequence, and it's impossible. And we have SAC-based officers that confirm it, who were there, who were given the task of turning them back on. That is something else entirely. That's truth embargo stuff. Now, so what are we taking from this? First, they're doing everything they're supposed to do. They're setting up an entity that is supposed to do all the things that we sort of think they're doing, but now they're making it clear they are doing. Anything in the sky that is anomalous or we have some concerns about, we're going to be checking that out. We're going to be reviewing it. We're going to try to run it to ground. It is not Arrow's decision to shoot it down. It's not Arrow's decision to defend the country. Arrow is not NORAD, period, right? So when the balloons are turning up, people are, well, where is Arrow? What the hell? Wait, where is Arrow, right? Arrow is an entity being set up in the Pentagon that when the whole shebang is done, maybe some of the surveillance stuff that took place may be given to them if there is some uncertainty is what the hell they shot down, okay? Arrow also may be responsible for considering how we filter and how we analyze these kinds of things. That falls under its purview because it appears, and this is very significant, and they alluded to it but only to a certain degree, because remember, this is a process that needs to stay within the lines, that they have set up filters so that the real ET stuff won't even show up. I mean, if it's doing 20,000 miles an hour, we're filtering that out, okay? Because we know what it is. We're not going to send up an F-18 to try to shoot it down. It's a waste of time. They wasted $500,000 Sidewinder on a balloon, and they knew exactly what it was. The damn thing was a Chinese balloon, and it became known, and it was flying over our airspace, which made it really a problem for the country and very embarrassing. And so just on that basis alone, they had to shoot the damn thing down and film it, right? They might have let it go, except the Chinese, and we would have done the same thing. Said, no, it's a weather balloon. You've heard that before. And that irritated us, and so we shot down their goddamn weather balloon. They don't shoot Sidewinders at Tic Tacs. You may recall there were a lot of them hovering around the aircraft carrier task force back in 2014, or 4 rather. They didn't shoot any Sidewinders. Why do you think that was? Okay? Because they knew damn well it was a waste of time, and they weren't Chinese balloons. So again, that is there if you look for it. And so what she is tipped off here is that there is a whole separate thing going on with Aero besides setting up all of the observational data analysis stuff, which they already have. Everything that Aero is doing, our government can already do and has done. It just has been doing it in an inward-facing, fully classified way. And now, under the circumstances of the last 5 years, it is having to recreate it in a public-facing way. In other words, it becomes a mirror, essentially. What do you call it? You got the inside, you got the outside. They didn't want to set up the public-facing because to do that was essentially to open the door to disclosure. Once you start doing that, you're guaranteeing disclosure is going to happen. Blue Book was technically public-facing, but my God, in such a limited way, it was ridiculous. And it was a fraud to begin with. This is neither of those things, right? And so the equation that they are trying to solve, and I'm watching carefully for any hints as to how they're going to solve it, is this. Aero needs to continue to be set up to do what is appropriate, and we expect an entity like that to do. And it takes some time, and it takes some money, blah, blah, blah. You could technically be setting up Aero and expanding its capabilities and adding technology to it for 100 years. But obviously, we're not going to settle for that. And so the question comes down to, how much of Aero needs to be kind of in place so that people have become satisfied that our government is legitimately now willing to run down every unexplainable event out there, right? In other words, if it's fully explainable, it's not going to get to Aero. It's only going to get to Aero if we don't know quite what that is. How much of that has to happen before the witness testimony begins? And that's an interesting question. Again, you could delay it as long as you want because Aero is a vast enterprise that's being set up and will continue to be set up for years. But the disclosure process is something else. And so my thinking is that it's pretty well established, and he has now come out and described what's going on, and they've got nice slides and they've got structure, and they're going to have some funding. So if we started bringing some of those witnesses in to testify under oath before the Intel Committee about the nuclear weapons stuff, the equation is Aero set up enough that when that happens and people are hearing that testimony, they're going to be going, where in the hell was the Aero back then, and why wasn't that being given to them? And the answer is, well, we didn't have it back then, or what we had was fully classified. Now we have an unclassified program to look at this stuff, and that's all. I mean, in other words, they just don't want it to be too incongruous. They want people to go, okay, we've got our Aero, and boy, listen to that testimony we just heard in front of the Senate committee. It's not ideal. They're trying to create a public relations package that the people will be comfortable with. right? That's about the best they can do under these circumstances. So I'm watching to see how that equation unfolds. Clearly, the witnesses are ready. They're ready to testify.
Right, and that's the thing. And then we have a good amount of people talking in the community saying that they've been told, people have talked to Kirkpatrick about reverse engineering stuff. We have Salas, other people that said they've talked to Kirkpatrick. So how long can it really go on before he devolves information on what he's learned from those people? Seeing as how it's already kind of out in the public, you have to address that. And I'm kind of surprised they didn't when they had the opportunity today. And also, do you think Kirkpatrick already, is he outright just like being an actor in this here, or does he genuinely not know what he's dealing with?
He knows a hell of a lot more than he's going to say. I watched it for days, but I don't want to bring it up because it was so disgusting. The point is, it's a big ass trial, and there's somebody out there for committing a terrible crime, and the audience is in there, and they're watching the thing go on. And as we know, trials in service to justice have to be conducted in a certain way. There are procedures and protocols, and you do things in a certain order. But there's people in that audience sitting in the background that just want to jump up out of their chair and scream, for God's sakes, the son of a bitch is guilty. Just convict him, right? Don't go through all this crap. He's guilty. Just convict him. And of course, they're going to be taken out of the courtroom, are they not? This is like that. There is a process underway. We want them to just jump right to it because we don't have any skin in that game in a way. We're not a member of Congress or the DOD or any of the other people associated with this are going to have their lives affected, their careers affected. We're not going to personally deal with the consequences of this if it isn't done well in terms of foreign policy, and on and on and on. There's a big country they're running and a big world they're dealing with. And this is the most important issue in the world. So don't be shocked if there is a process that they are going to go through and stick with. Now, but those of us that are paying attention, I'm happy to pick out the odd, juicy tidbit. And here's one, all right? Again, it's 30,000 feet, folks. That's where I'm hanging out all the time. Actually, it's worse than that. I go up to 30,000 feet and I try to pretend I'm an extraterrestrial watching all this to get a sense of how they're thinking about it.
That's where most UAPs come through, apparently. We learned today.
You notice that Bob Salas and some other people mentioned that they had been brought in as witnesses to be interviewed?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they put them under an NDA?
Yeah,
they could have put them under an NDA. You say, we're talking to you now. You cannot discuss that you have had any conversation with us. You can't discuss what you told us. They didn't do it. Point. And as a result, the witnesses have gone on sign and said, we're being interviewed. Well, they knew, you understand the consequences of that, right? Because to put them under NDA would have undoubtedly not gone over well, not only with the witnesses, but with us. And the process is moving along in such a way that they're going, okay, that's okay. We know where this is heading, so let them talk about that. And the other thing is that Kirkpatrick is going to be a focus of a lot of interest, a lot of attention. He's going to be asked to do this and that and speak and whatever else. And so if Kirkpatrick goes ahead and participates with Avi Loeb in an article, that's not violating his job. That's not speaking out of two sides of his mouth to be, I'm not trying to be, I'm just trying to be informative here. That's him participating with Avi Loeb, who was out there as a chairman of the physics department of Harvard, and while he's dealing with what I consider a pretty safe play, which is, can we find some examples of ET technology out there if we look in the right way? But I'll take it. He's definitely not John Mack, but I'll take it. And he's adding gravitas, and so he does this article with him, which is fine. It's showing a willingness to interact with the academic community. safe play, given we're talking the chairman of Harvard Astronomy. But in the article, they mentioned the idea of extraterrestrial probes. So what Sean has done is connect him once again to the extraterrestrial issue without screaming it at the top of his lungs in the middle of a hearing. So as you watch it from that perspective, you see how they are navigating this in a way that they are serving the essential things that have to be done in such a situation, while doing their best to let us know that they're not idiots. They know how to read books. They can watch documentaries, okay? And they probably know a lot more. They know a lot more about this issue than they can talk about. And they probably are looking forward to the day when they can sit down and say, ask me anything, okay? Ask me anything. That day will kind of be coming, all right? But we're going to have to go through this process. My concern is not about the process that I see unfolding. My concern is whether Putin is going to use a tactical nuke in Ukraine. And if he does that, I assure you this thing is going to be tabled, all right? My concern is that there be some even worse political developments in the United States, so awful that this issue will be tabled. So I'm thinking along those lines. That is what could most put at risk this process continuing in a timely way. Barring that, we're on a relatively good pace. They have a very simple decision. Do you want to have this very contentious, difficult 2024 presidential election, which starts this fall, and this whole issue of unidentified phenomena and the possible extraterrestrial presence is still hanging out in the air? I don't know. We can't do this. We can't do that. And the members of that are running for president or for Senate or the House are in a position where what do you do? They can't all be Tim Burchett. They're going to be asked about this. What are they going to say? It's going to be a friggin' nightmare. It's going to be ridiculous. On the other hand, you're almost done with it. On the other hand, almost, if they can wrap it up and get it done this summer, then every single candidate for president, Congress, Senate, hell, for dog catcher, will be able to ask a question in a time when the ET reality is fact. So what candidate so do you think about that? Well, I'm still getting up to speed on it. I recently read a fine book by Richard Dolan, sharp guy, by the way. I may read the second one soon. Also, I'm becoming kind of impressed by Stan Freeman works, blah, blah, blah. And they're actually giving legitimate responses and don't look like idiots. That's the decision they have to make. Are we going to be able to address this issue insanely and not look like idiots? Or is this campaign, which is already going to be a fiasco in a lot of ways, going to be even worse because we just can't pull the trigger on bringing in the witnesses who under oath can literally slam this thing down, right, and end it, right, for all. This is the decision they're making. That's what I'm following, and I'll be talking about ad nauseum for the next 4 months.
So along those lines, Steve, thank you so much. In terms of slamming it down, and you mentioned Tim Burchett, I think there are some people that have been anticipating the long rumored House hearing that'll be kind of a follow up to this. That supposedly the people are looking at June for a House follow up that Tim Burchett may be chairing or maybe very heavily involved in.
Tim Burchett is not a chair of a committee.
Okay, so he's working on it, but he's going to be there, but he's not going to be chairing that committee. Okay,
I mean, if it's his committee, but he's not on a committee. Well, there's one committee that he might be on. Let's just say that Tim doesn't need a committee. Tim is going to get his issues out there probably more than anybody else because he is unfettered. He does not have really any committee or entity to answer to. And he's getting a lot of great feedback on this. And I think the issue that I'm looking for is who is the next Tim Burchett? Who is the next member of Congress who doesn't sit on some fancy-dancy committee and nobody knows who the hell they are that goes, wait a minute, I'm going to go on MSNBC or Fox News, and I'm going to tell them what I think about this phenomena, and I'm going to get in the news. And believe me, they think that way. And so Tim is just the beginning of what I consider to be a rather interesting development there in terms of how many members of Congress are going to step into this to be ahead of the game.
And more Mike Gallagher's, people like bringing up Wilson Davis and things like that. Absolutely, I completely agree with you. Do you think that the House hearing may provide the purported House hearing may provide an interesting kind of like not necessarily good cop bad cop, but we might be looking at two different sides of a coin that might be kind of framing things contextually in a broader way? And do you think that the ufology community might have reason to look forward to the House committee hearing more than what we heard from Sean Kirkpatrick today?
Did Sean Kirkpatrick speak specifically to a House hearing? I didn't notice that.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Him speaking to the Senate subcommittee today. Do you anticipate that the House committee hearing that will be upcoming might be more the red meat that we're looking for from the ufology kind of UAP anomalous studies community?
All right. Well, let me put it this way. I've already read enough. I have a huge media article archive that I manage. It's now 13,000 articles. So I think now I've linked 5,000 articles on this subject. I mean, when I say the subject, I don't mean just any UAP thing. I mean related to the congressional stuff and the DOD and all that kind of crap. About 5,000 articles since 2017. I read them all. Okay, so here's the deal. It's not going to be like the House is going to have a different version of the phenomena. This is already turning into a competition between the House and the Senate. There have been several statements by members in the House, basically, that like, we need to have a hearing, right? Now, they had a subcommittee hearing under Carson. Okay, fine. That's it, all right? There have now been, essentially 2 Senate hearings in 2 different committees, all right? And I'm sorry. There has been a House committee and a subcommittee, and that was Andre Carson's subcommittee. And now there's been a Senate hearing in a subcommittee. All right. So they're even. It's 1-to-1. But Gillibrand managed to get something off on the issue with that May 28th hearing in front of that same subcommittee, but with Austin present. All right. So, but clearly, the major legislation was put together by Gillibrand, Warner, and Rubio. Now, Diego got involved out of the House in terms of some of the language, which is good. And Gallagher got some shots in there. But let's be clear. These 2 houses of Congress are very, very competitive, right? They have equal roles in legislation. The bill has to clear the House and the Senate, be reconciled and signed by the president. And so the idea that one of these houses of Congress is going to dominate what is the most important issue in the history of the human race is not going to go well. And so the House, which may be playing a little catch up here, is going to assert itself. And you're going to be competition between who can hold the more hearings than the other, which of the stronger committees can hold a hearing. For instance, Gillibrand is, it chairs a subcommittee of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Now, if I'm the Armed Services Committee chair in the House, whose name I don't happen to have handy, I'm going, why don't we hold one in front of the House Armed Services Committee, not a subcommittee, all right? Why is this important? Do you know how many members of Congress made their bones, got their historical legacy, and advanced their careers because they were involved in major hearings before the United States, whether it was the McCarthy hearings or the Iran-Contra hearings or the, there have been a lot of partisan hearings, and of course the Watergate hearings and on and on. I mean, literally made them. All right, this is where you have millions of people watching you literally do your job. And that's why you see them posture so much. That's why they see them go through that nonsense. This hasn't changed. And so right now, for the last 5 years, it has been slowly dawning on more and more members of Congress some of who are committee chairs, subcommittee chairs. The biggest event in human history is taking place. Am I going to sit it out? Am I going to let my colleagues kind of get all the glory? Is my committee going to be a potted plant? Is this just the Intel committee in the Senate's role because they're so friggin' powerful and bipartisan? This is all going through their head. And it won't be long before you're literally going to see them vying for public attention. All right. And so the question is, what's the next committee to make a move? All right. Now, there's been talk about a House committee, but nothing specific yet. All right. But there's going to be more of that. And that is fine. However, it can't become a circus. In other words, it's appropriate for the Intel committees and the Armed Services committees to lead in this. The Agricultural Committee, not so much. And so there's committees that are in the gray area where they kind of have a national security role, but it's not that big. Now, to the extent that people who are trying to force themselves to the front of the photograph, who really shouldn't be doing it, there are internal ways that can be dealt with, peer pressure and so forth, meaning, look, know your place, all right? Don't go there, would be a mistake. And so there will be a certain amount of that. Clearly right now, nobody is containing Tim Burchett. He is the absolute wild card. And I love him for this, but we can't have too much of that. Okay, but it's nice to have some of that, right? Because it's a message to the rest of the Congress. Look, if you want this to be an orderly process, if you want it to be done in the best way, if you want it to have the most beneficial public relations outcome, get on with it. Because the Tim Burchetts of the Congress are not going to just sit there, right, when they know the kind of press they can get while you dawdle on this. Go, it's going to be so hard. I'm doing my Bill Burr stuff now. It's going to be so hard. How can we deal with this? Let's just put it off. No, he's sending that message. I love him for that. Okay, and so that's about the most I can say about this. Other than there will be more hearings, but I'm only interested in one. The only one that I am interested in that's really going to shake the tree is this. It will not 80% be the Senate Intel, not the Senate Armed Services, but the Senate Intel Committee. For a number of reasons, not the least of which, they have the broadest range of what we'll call classified capabilities. All right? They can do the classified hearing, the semi-classified hearing, the in-the-skiff hearing, the on-the-moon hearing, whatever the hell they got to do, right? And so the Senate Intel Committee is going to be the committee that's going to put out the announcement that a hearing is going to be held on such and such a day before this committee, in which we're going to hear from pilots and SAC base officers about their experiences with this phenomena in whatever way that it has happened. And they will testify under oath, and we will try to learn as much as possible, and we will do it transparently in front of cameras. However, and this is one of the nice things about the way this is done, every witness that sits down in front of that committee and takes that oath knows that, one, they had better not lie, and if they do, they're screwed, and two, they don't have to lie. Now, what do I mean by that? If I'm sitting there and some member asks me, Captain, with respect to what you were doing at the SAC base on it, blah, 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 and then something else happened, and what can you tell us about that? If I can't say anything about it, I will simply say to the committee member, Senator, I'm unable to speak about that in the public forum, but I will be happy to answer that question in a classified private setting. They all know that. Now, they would like to minimize that. That's one of the reasons they do these pre-interviews. They don't want to put them in a position where they can say that. They want to get that information, preferably ahead of time, in classified briefings, also under oath, so they know where to go and where not to go.
but they have the right to ask anything they want. And if I'm one of those witnesses, it helps me to know that I am not going to have to lie. All I have to say is, now, if I say I'm taking the fifth, well, that's bad. That's not good. You don't want to do that. But I don't have to lie. And the public is going to be fine with that because they're going to be getting plenty of juicy information that's going to, oh my God, this is amazing. And so if something has to go to the classified setting, no big deal. And I'm sure somebody will appropriately say, if questioned by the press, that what we are learning in the classified meetings with these same witnesses will be brought to the public's attention when it is appropriate to do so, right, with respect to national security, that we're not burying this, that we need to know this, but you're getting a lot of this information, and there'll be more that we might be able to tell you as certain things can be declassified. As we move into what I call the post-disclosure declassification, what do I call it, deflation, right, where they start to shrink the totality of everything they have filled, that hole with, which is pretty much everything. So that's what I'm looking for. When you hear that announcement from the Intel Committee, just set your calendar and start counting the days until President Biden finally says, yep, non-human intelligence.
Well, that's beautiful, Mr. Bassett. I had a really great time with you guys today. I should probably get to the office and do things I'm paid for, if that's okay with you guys. But I had a great time with you guys doing this, and thank you so much.
You have a paid job? Wow.
Yeah.
It's actually it's the second one in all of ufology, but we're proud of them. We're proud of them.
Hey guys, look, let's let me mention Jay, and I hope you'll be there, Sean. But Jay and I are going to be speaking at the Contact in the Desert conference coming on June 2 through 4. And a lot's going to happen between now and then. And I think this is going to be a massive conference in terms of its just excitement. There's 60 speakers. Boy, if anyone can get there for this event, please consider coming. And I'm happy to talk with you if you show up. Are you going to be able to come, Sean, or are you going to be too busy making money?
Probably too busy trying to make money. But if I do come, can I stay with you?
I would snap off a yes there, but I've already got like 4 candidates that are eyeing in my suite. Right. And I'm going to have to make a decision there pretty soon, but I'll help in any other way that I can, Sean.
Hey, it's one of the only conferences that has a swimming pool. I mean, come on, it's going to be a blast. We got to go.
Pool. All right.
That's right. Cool. Yeah, we're going to have a great time. I look forward to seeing you there, Steve. I really do. And so many other people there. It's going to be awesome.
7 resort.
Absolutely. And hopefully by that time we have more to celebrate within the field, and we'll know more about, say, an upcoming House subcommittee or committee hearing. And we'll be able to keep moving forward with this process. I'm really looking forward to it.
It's just kind of a final note for everybody. I know a lot of people were upset who were chatting here. I think it's important to keep in mind how far we actually have come. I know we want the goodies right away and give me the good stuff, but you got to keep in mind, like, we haven't even had one hearing since '66, and we just got 2. So, and I know it didn't give you the information what you want, but be patient, sit tight. This process started for a reason about 5-6 years ago, and it's going to end for that same very reason at some point. So,
yeah, so true. Hang in. All right, guys.
Wonderful.
All right.
Great to see
Peace
you.
out.
Later.
Later.
Have a good one. All right. Thanks everybody in the chat. Great to see you.
I'm still playing the Starship. Awesome, dude. That was awesome. Okay, I need to join some fucking chats. I need to go to Thomas Fessler. I bet Thomas Fessler is still talking. I told him I would join him yesterday. I forgot. I was so busy with all this stuff.
Story, who's this? Starts mocking us. Now, mind you, this is back in 2012, 2013. It was fall 2012. Fast forward to 2017, you have the New York Times story, and then after that, you have the infographic story came out in 2019. When I saw the infographic story, I knew that he wasn't full of shit, and it wasn't until then that I believed what I saw was something other than a government, UFO. That's all I got. So
yeah, interesting freaking story. Holy cow! So you saw a triangle hanging out over an old silo, or potentially an old silo. We're not going to say that it was, if you want to call it nothing there, because if there was nothing there, there wouldn't be a UFO a triangle hanging out over it. Any estimate on the size of the object?
Yeah. So
my
mic's still on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I turned it off. Yeah. So I would say it was probably about the same size. So you're talking maybe, I would say it was 45 probably feet about the same size. Across, so you're it's talking a pyramid, maybe, you know, and it's upside 45 down. Like,
feet. An upside down pyramid.
Across,
Holy
it's
shit,
a pyramid, you know,
kind of
and it's upside
shape.
down. It's kind of
an upside down pyramid. Holy shit! So that's a different kind of a triangle shape.
To us when we were flying towards it, it looked like we thought though. If you were to cloak a drone, if you wanted to make a military drone towards it, it looked like kind of spandex. If you were to cloak a drone, if you wanted to make a military, it was odd because as soon as we turned towards it, that was when the black stuff on it, crapping out, and it was odd because as soon as we the one thing that didn't make sense to us crapping out with all of it was free spinning. The one thing that didn't make sense to us, no cable to the ground, all of it was like that free spinning. It was one spot. When we got back to Albany, no cable to the ground, there's nothing like that at the tower. If there's anything that we'd like to report, when we got back to Albany, and we said, we did have some engine issues. There's anything that we'd like to report, you want to report that? We said, yeah, we said, we did have some engine issues. The guy goes, on that radar, he was asking us, yeah, we do. So are you going to talk about this or not? We talked about the engine stuff, and that's kind of where it was left. Are you going to talk about this or not? We talked about the engine stuff, and that's kind of where it was left.
Exactly. Hey, Patrick, would you be willing to come back and talk about this later tonight on tonight's show?
I got 4 kids. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. I think I got soccer practice for my oldest tonight. I got 4 kids.
10 o'clock. Oh, it's 7 o'clock Pacific, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock
see what I can do.
Eastern. Yeah. That'd be cool. But thanks for dropping in everything.
Yeah, you know what I should be able to.
Yeah.
Let's see what I can do.
30 seconds. That'd be cool. But thanks for dropping in everything, everybody. I've got a meeting starting in 30 seconds that I need to drop to. I want to thank everybody for coming out. I'm going to leave the chat up in the back. If you guys want to come out and hang out in our chat room, follow the link at the top of the chat. I'll try and keep on clicking the buttons to let everybody in the door. I've already got cupcakes, breakfast, ground cupcake ready for her to eat for breakfast left over for my birthday. I want to thank everybody for coming out today.
This can't be allowed.
What a great show. You know, we'll talk about it later on today. I want to thank everybody for coming out again. Again, I want to say good night, everybody. Oh, I got to catch Cupcake before she jumps and hurts herself. Good night, everybody. Love ya. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Guys, I've ended the show. Sully just came in.
So, Tamisha, do you have something you want to tell me?
If I did, I don't remember it now.
All right.
Tamisha, do you remember what you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, I do remember what I want to talk about with you. So, you got the inside scoop on that whole...
Hold on. Somebody should mute. Sully, mute. There we go. Okay, go ahead, Tamisha. Yeah.
You got any inside scoop on what happened in New York with the bust of that Chinese police station? Are you there?
Fill me in. Yeah, I'm right here. What was the story?
Oh my gosh, you didn't hear about it?
No.
So
I didn't.
In New York City, in an apartment building, a complete floor was a set up Chinese police station for MCPs or whatever. I think that's correct. Anyway, they arrested 37. I watched the whole thing on YouTube. Just happened.
When did this happen? Yesterday?
I think it was yesterday. Yes. My days are running together right now, but yeah.
Interesting. Oh, I didn't catch that.
They said there's more of them.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. How you doing today? Happy frickin' Wednesday. It's the 19th of April. Do you know where your deliverables are? You know, there used to be that thing on television. It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
Right.
Hi guys, I'm just going to chip in very, very quickly. I have been about, but yeah, I've had to hide upstairs because the kids have been about. But yeah, interesting show. I got to go and get ready for work and have me tea. So I'll be working later, but I'll try and catch you at the late night show. All right.
All right. Have a good one, Andy.
See you later.
Yeah, we'll talk later. All right. Bye.
Cheers, mate.
See you later.
Hey, Gary, I've got a meeting I'm in right now, so.
Yeah, I'm going to go to bed.
Okay. Good night, Gary. I'll talk to you later.
Good night. Have a good night. Bye.
Yeah, you might want to look into that, Mike.
I will, Tamisha. I'll let you know when I find out.
Yeah.
I lost my video.
Yeah, you did.
Let me, I'll come right back in.
Hello, Grandmaster.
Oh, is he in the room? I didn't. Hey, Grandmaster.
No, is it safe to say part of the reason is because there was
What's up? What's up?
Gonna take to get back up, and we're trying to kind of move forward on it, and that's kind of what we're dealing with here. We're still trying to deal with, we got all these deliverables, we got to hit it here, but we've been trying to cram too much stuff into not enough time.
So we're gonna watch. Thomas is on a business call.
Tamisha, did you see the dots?
No. Did you send them to me?
No, I just turned my camera on and did a picture.
No, I didn't then.
Let me try it again.
The wand's gone? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he left as soon as we started talking about something else.
He's working.
Oh, when I started talking to Mike.
He's working today, too.
We expect to go in there and get an approval, but it's taking a couple cycles to get through it, which can be normal at times.
Yeah, they're playing a game, guys. They're playing a game. You know, this is Blue Book 2.0, I think. Because...
No.
Go ahead.
No, it's all right. Finish. I didn't mean to speak up. I thought my mic was off.
Oh. I mean, the stuff that he showed us, right, is very unremarkable. It's like, okay, yeah, okay, it's unidentified, and
we're missing a content jockey. We're missing an app content team. We've got an e-com content team, but they're busy doing e-com content. What we're missing in Costco is what we've been missing for the last 8 years, and I am a champion of what you're saying, Michael, is we need someone in the IS or the IT side of it to gather images, to get stuff together, to write copy, to put stuff together, to take all the necessary bits. And we keep on saying, this is business controlled, this is business controlled, great. But who in the business actually has responsibility for doing this? And who, more importantly, who is accountable for doing this on our time frame? And if they are on our time frame, they need to be a part of our meetings. They need to understand what's coming forward to them. They need to be a part of the process. So when they get to it, they know they're working on it as we're working on it. And that's been one of the things that we've had for a lot of our different initiatives is, okay, we're putting in this great feature. What is the content plan for this? What are we going to do to fill it, like with app, app features and different stuff like that, feature highlights or different things along those lines.
Field of view there.
There's it's not just the
this
technology,
is essentially all of the
it's
data we have
feeds into
associated
it on
with
a
this
regular
event from
basis
some
with
years
a
ago.
plan that we are. That's one of our biggest
Object
goals.
EO sensors. Those are not
So this is
IR.
beyond just we need to bring in a regular UX person. We need to bring in someone who can help with this content. We could say it could be Ryan or anything
You'll
else.
see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes, and then the camera will slew to follow it.
Is once we get it, it's going to go through so many reviews, so high up in the org, up to VPs that are going to go ahead.
This is essentially all of the data we have associated with this event from
some of this stuff should be able to be handled down in the implementation area because it's content for a tutorial, or it's content for a feature highlight. but it seems that we're really
You'll see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes, and then the camera will slew to follow it.
Content is gonna drag out
You'll
longer
see
than
it
it should.
pop in
Did
and
I
out of the
articulate that
field
well?
of view there. This is
Very well.
essentially all of the data we have associated with this event from
Hey,
some years ago.
Grandmaster, thank you for giving us something to
You'll
watch.
see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes, and then the camera will slew to follow it.
He's always good for that.
You'll see it pop in and out of the field of view there. This is essentially all of the data we have associated with this event from some
Yeah,
years
John,
ago.
thanks for the video content. We appreciate it.
You'll see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes, and then the camera will slew to follow it.
And so we need not just a content
See it
person,
pop
we
in and
also
out of the
need out the
field of
content
view
plan that goes for the initial
This is
implementation.
essentially all of
But
the
then the
data
plan
we
to do
have
with every new
associated with this
feature,
event
everything that
from
comes
some years
along
ago.
with the app. What are we going to do with this over a period of
You'll
time?
see
Because
it
otherwise,
come
we're
through the
building
top
all
of the
this
screen.
great text.
There it
How
goes,
is it
and
gonna
then
be
the
used?
camera will slew to follow it.
We have a content team, Lucas.
You'll see it
But that's
pop
the
in and out of the
content team,
field of view there.
who is the business.
This
who,
is essentially all of the
Jonathan has
data
already
we
said
have associated
they're
with
very
this
busy.
event
They
from
can't
some
even
years
get
ago.
images together for us. They'll give us a directory to look for and stuff, but we
You'll
can
see
kind
it
of push
come
away
through
from
the
that.
top
So
of the
it's kind of
screen.
like
There it
we
goes,
need
and then
someone
the
for
camera will
actually
slew to follow
in-app
it.
content that's not
You'll see it pop in and out of
building
the
coupons or
field of view there.
flyers or ads
This
for the
is
website.
essentially
This is a
all of the
different type
data
of
we have
content.
associated with this event from some years ago. You'll see it come through.
So, yeah, I don't know why he's doing it.
I think he can't hear us, but we can hear him. I mean, I don't get it.
He does this all the time,
To
actually.
the top of the screen.
Oh,
There
okay. So he can't hear us then anyway, right?
I don't know. Probably not.
it goes, and then the camera will slew to follow it.
Well, that's
You'll
good. I
see
didn't want
it
to say
pop
anything.
in and out of the field of view there.
Okay, now
This is
Shelley, did you
essentially
put it
all
up
of the
to your
data
camera?
we have
Yeah, I'll do it
associated.
again.
Come
You,
through the
Larry,
top of the screen.
play
There it
piano,
goes, and then
so
the
you
camera
know
will
musical
slew to
notes.
follow it.
Right? Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at something for me, please. I'm going to show you all. Let me do it again. Hang on. I checked into Morse code. I don't think it's Morse code.
You'll
It
see
does
it
being
pop in and
musical
out of the
notes.
field of view there.
Wait, I can't see any.
This is
what are
essentially
you
all of the
sending
data
me?
we have associated. Come through the top of the screen. There it goes,
Some of my
and
weird
then the
crap.
camera will slew to follow it.
Where
You'll
are
see
you
it pop
sending
in
it?
and out of the
It looks
field
like
of view
remote
there.
writing. Is that what you do?
This is
remote
essentially
writing?
all of the
This weird
data
shit
we have
happens to me, and I
associated.
just
Come through the
out of
top of
nowhere
the
scribble
screen.
shit.
There it
And
goes, and then the
Yeah.
camera will
Okay. Yeah.
slew to
the
follow
whole
it.
Remote writing.
and I
You'll
don't
see it pop
know
in and out
exactly
of the
what the
field
hell
of
it
view
is.
there. This is essentially all of the data we
Well,
have
I'm not
associated with. Come
looking at
through the
anything,
top of
so
the
I don't even
screen.
know what
There
you're
it
talking
goes,
about.
and
No.
then the camera will slew to follow it.
Hang on again.
You'll see it pop in and out of the field of view there.
Where are you sending
This
this?
is essentially all of the data we have
She's
Should I-
holding it
associated.
up
Come
on her
through the top of the screen. There it goes, and
Instead of my
then the
face
camera
or
will slew
whatever.
to follow it.
Oh, okay. Let me expand
You'll
that.
see it
Sorry.
pop in and out of the
Let me see if I can.
field of view there. This is essentially all
sideways
of the
with your
data we
camera,
have
Shelley.
associated with. Come through the top of the screen. There it goes, and then the camera will slew to follow it.
Okay, hang on a minute. Let's see. I
You'll
want to
see it
show
pop
you
in
how
and out of the
I
field
wrote
of
it
view
down
there.
or scribbled it.
This is essentially all of the data we have associated with. Come through the top of the screen. There
Nope,
it
that's not
goes,
right
and
either.
then the camera will
It
slew to
is-
follow it.
They're not
You'll see
musical
it pop
notes,
in and
but
out of
they
the
look similar in a very rough way. Yeah.
Yeah. I would consider that to be remote writing.
Would you agree that this is different from advertising content?
It's interesting the way you have nodes.
I don't know what they are.
In the middle of some of the lines, you have nodes.
Hey, that's the wrong way. Wait. Nope. Let me get that on here. This one here.
Yeah.
Like constant. I don't know what it is, but it's constant. Oops.
Huh.
but I don't know what they are. I don't know.
How long have you been doing that?
About 3 years.
Yeah, that to me is remote writing. So how much other stuff have you written down?
I got tow tubs.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, strange pictures of. Yeah, it's just freaky weird.
Are you in a meditative state when this happens?
No, I'm wide awake.
But okay, so it just comes to you when you start writing.
Yeah, and it's like something's taking you over, and I just start scratching shit, and then it stops, and I look at it, and I'm like, what the fuck? There's a picture there. Indians. I got a lot of Indians.
And that's text we can actually use.
Formulas, numbers. I get all these numbers.
Putting this together to have stuff that starts showing.
Go ahead, Larry. I'm sorry.
So it can start and be carved from that presentation standpoint.
Hang on.
You know what I mean, Lucas? So it gives us that text, but it also gives us that work, that content we need actually for the app, for the process to support it.
Kelly, it's like dreams. You're going to be the one that knows the most about these things. So you need to make some conclusions about what you're seeing, or at least try to.
I know there's other things that are going on and other initiatives.
Well,
and stuff.
What I got from it was
maybe in the business, but maybe in ours.
I got shit. My old man has a fit. He comes in. I've had to repaint the garage wall like 4 times.
Yeah. And we need someone who's familiar
with
apps.
Shit about art and
again, we're talking about language for tutorials.
RM3s and DNA, and I get all these scientists' names and shit that I've never heard of, and I look them up, and yeah, they're real people. They've been dead for years. All these fucking numbers are driving me crazy.
You know what you should do? Because you're saying your old man was getting mad. They have that.
Oh no, he knows that I'm not making this shit up because he's seen some things too.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. But I got on your channel, Larry.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you had a channel.
Oh yeah. Tamisha. Oh, I never did give you a link to my channel, did I?
No, but I can search you by name, can I?
If you get me go on my Twitter and
we have a service.
I don't have Twitter.
I
don't really do social media. This is about it for me and Facebook.
Well, under my name, you should see 2 different sites. One is just my name, and the other one is called Emerging Truths.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I had a problem finding you too because I don't do social media either, and I didn't write it down, or I did and threw it away, and I kept trying to find you under your name, and I couldn't come up with anything until you gave me the link.
Oh, okay.
Are you going to do any more, or
you can get 100%?
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
And that 100% isn't going to come in through the regular search. It's going to come in through a different data feed because I'm not even going to get into that one.
Mike, you still there?
Yeah.
It says one other, but I don't know who it is.
Well, we still got Grandmaster, I guess. I don't know who's still here. So Tamisha, have you seen things or?
Oh yeah. And I have some psychic ability a little bit.
Well, honestly, if you want to test
where I'm going with
warehouse, that would be.
I'm sorry, what?
Because business.
That's kind of where I'm going with this weird shit.
Test it somewhere. Every single item that's in business.
Did it happen after you had an account or saw something or?
Well, that's hard to say because
business delivery. I'm just saying if we want to give it a try somewhere.
That's hard to say because I started seeing things when I was a child.
Okay, me too. Yeah.
Like for me, it plays like a video in my mind. Like I'm watching my life standing outside the box. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Yep.
And then I will see things. And sometimes they can be immediate and sometimes they can be years down the line. Like I used to have a constant dream when I was like 6, 7, and 8 about something about myself that actually ended up happening when I was 19 years old.
I hear that. Okay. Are you?
So,
do you pick up on any kind of natural disasters?
No.
Man, I do.
Hey, boy, come on.
I'm a
Come on, get your feet
empath,
on.
which a lot of people are, but
right.
I'm very sensitive to energies. So like if I walk into a room and one side is extremely happy, one side I can pick them out in a crowd. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I do. And you know who's lying to you? I always say
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
last person you ever want to lie to.
Yeah, exactly. I have a gut instinct for a lot of things. And when I get that gut instinct, I always listen because my gut has never done me wrong.
Yeah, that's where it's at.
What about you, Larry? What have you seen?
I haven't seen very much except for a right angle shooting star that made a right angle turn, and we all knew that that was something anomalous, and we all went whoa, but that's it. But my wife had a sighting that was really interesting. She was, and this happened like many decades ago.
Larry.
She was at a drive-in theater, and Dr. Zhivago was the movie.
And Dr. Zhivago, yes.
Yeah. And all of a sudden on the left side of the screen, I mean, off to the left of the screen, everyone saw this flying saucer, and it was hovering only feet off the ground. And then it started rising up slowly, had circling lights on it. Everybody got out of their car. They were watching this thing.
Right.
And then it stopped in midair, and then it tilted 45 degrees, and it took off like the blink of an eye. And that was her sighting.
Hey, you guys, I'm not leaving the chat, but I'll be right back. I got to go tend to my babies.
Oh.
Okay, come back because I want to show you guys something.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm not leaving the chat room.
So anyway, Larry, I was just outside in my driveway filming two, I don't know, they were buzzards, whatever the hell they were, flying over my neighbor's yard. And I'm like, okay. So then months later, I'm going back there, and I'm like, I always get these feelings, I'm like, I need to look at this. So I'm like, okay. And there's this little white dot came out of nowhere and fell straight down out of the sky between these birds. And I'm not, I don't know, tech, however you do this shit. Anyway, I stopped it on there and screenshot it, zoomed in on it and shit. Dude, this shit's weird. Now, if it's just a satellite or whatever it is, I'm all right with that. I just want to know what it is. But what's really odd about it is it has 3 lights. And then if you filter it a different direction or a different way, it has, it also looks like a cube with a bunch of black dots in it.
Huh.
And that's just one. And then I walk out another day in my front yard, and all of a sudden this white object appears across in the field, and I got my headphones on because I'm like, I don't know.
It's something. I mean, we have to come together.
And I take a picture of it, and then it just disappears.
Pause, look at our process. What do we need to do?
And then one day I'm floating in the pool.
What do we need to slow down in different areas?
And I always get a feeling, so I'm like, I videotape the clouds and stuff. I got some really cool pictures. And I'm going through the videos, and I'm like, hey, you really need to zoom in on this. So I zoom in on it, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? there's the big
Well,
black
beacons didn't
object,
happen because we had
and I
executives who
filter
were
it,
listening
and it
to
looks
us
like
and
a
were listening
cylinder,
to
but
what
it
we were
also
doing.
looks like it's two
And
pieces, and
technology was, and honestly, the
it's
biggest
so weird.
issue we had with beacons is we couldn't get the developers to go and debug the technology in the
Check this out,
warehouse. They
Larry.
kept on doing it at their desk and only testing there.
You have to
And
look at
we're
my
having problems with
uh,
hardware. You actually have to go
thing
to
on my
where the
face.
problem is to debug
I
it.
don't know
So
how else to do
it
this.
was this cycle where
Decker was helping me,
if
but
I
for
were
some
running the
reason,
project for beacons, it would have run
I'm
completely
not
different
allowed
if I had my own
to
company. That's not
do
how
anything
it
with
is.
my
That's not
pictures.
how Costco was. So
Shut
you
up.
don't become even close to what beacons was.
Okay. See that? Yeah, my screen's broke.
One
Sorry.
more thing, I was looking back at the time because I
See
created
that?
a ton of kids games
Yeah.
with a ton of content, and I was thinking
That's where I
who did I
filtered in
work
on one of those objects.
with? I hired a writer back in the day. I forget his name, but you know, for 10 years or probably 8 out of 11
Weird,
years,
huh?
I had a writer who
Weird.
was writing all the content that was being presented from the menus to the in-app tutorials
Check
to
it
all
out.
the characters and dialogue going back and forth. And it's that same kind of a thing, but we needed for other types of stuff, a writer for our type of content.
Well,
Sorry to go back on that again, but I was
I'm
just
gonna
trying to
take off.
my past experience.
I'll see you guys soon.
Oh, okay, Larry.
I say anything that's net new. Feature needs to consider.
And it's going to be someone who's going to be around it.
Hey, Grandmaster. What do you know? Anything?
Right.
I got you. All right, guys. I'll get off here.
Yeah. And we got updated your experience.
I don't know. I just find it interesting when I bring things up. All of a sudden, everybody just kind of leaves. Like, it's kind of interesting. Oh, what's your deal, Grandmaster? What'd you see? What'd you see? What did you see? You had an experience? How do you deal with it? I'd like to see it. You don't have a channel, do you?
Yeah, of course. I want to see us succeed as much as everybody else does, but I also want to make sure we're not doing stuff to help different areas. And if we have things that we have on right now that are part of our hard concrete schedule, we should look at walking a little bit and say, you know what, we're too aggressive.
To the anti-gravity.
Because I like us to under
to the anti-gravity
and deliver when we deliver. It's on great quality, great content, and it's totally more.
Oh my. So you're a scientist or you're?
Is your wife right? Is Katie a good writer?
Can I ask you a question?
I know that.
Maybe you won't dodge me.
You know, we're just going to have to look up.
Yeah.
Who can we find?
Yeah, I saw something pretty weird. I think.
I know she's busy.
I
with
think
a lot of
Tom's
stuff.
seen it too. Hey, Grandmaster. Can you tell me or help me out with this because this keeps coming through to me? Something about a biometric sphere. What the hell does that even mean? Yeah. Why would our company from space be interested in a biometric sphere?
Hey, if you
I don't know. I just get bits of pieces. I don't know. I don't even really know what a biometric sphere is. I looked it up and it didn't look really good, but What exactly does it do? Is it even a thing? A biometric sphere. Sphere, yeah.
Sphere.
If I found that odd.
Where did Larry go?
He left.
God damn it! I wanted to talk to him more.
Yeah, I think I ran him off. I run everybody off.
Why? Larry doesn't run off from people.
It just seems like when I bring certain things up, everybody just all of a sudden has to go.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ask weird questions. I can't help it.
And Ryan's been writing a lot.
Yeah, but you're reading. I think you're reading reading too much into it. I'm interested in what you have to say.
You know what a biometric sphere is?
No, because I'm. Go ahead.
I got shit like some kind of.
Yep.
The weird shit started with hydroelectric something. Oh, hydroelectricity.
And as someone who's going to collaborate with
And,
devs to get stuff in, they're going to be collaborating with the
kind of
business.
shit about
someone who will be taking the content, curating it, writing it, putting it there, massaging it,
biomolecular.
you know, looking at that
activity.
stuff, but also then planning.
And I got
where we
shit
go
about
towards having that regular
redirectional
content flowing into the system. Because
redirection
every feature we're going to be coming out with may have a tutorial. It may have a feature highlight. So everything
this
we're
word crap
forward
feature?
is going to have that additional chunk of stuff that's going to need to get done.
Do I ever get what?
Did you ever get any of this weird crap like that?
What was the last thing you said?
What was that again?
Okay, so the weird crap started, and I'm getting like hydroelectricity, molecular activity.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. I think you're best to ask Grandmaster Plan because he sounds extremely knowledgeable.
Nobody will tell me no. Anytime I bring any of this stuff up, everybody has to leave.
He's right. He's still in the chat room. He's still
I
here.
know, but I just feel like what's wrong with me? I know
There's
I'm not
nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you.
I get earthquakes. I don't know about your situation, but since some really weird shit happened to me, I get like flashes. I call them flashes. I don't know what else to call them. I could be doing anything anywhere, and all of a sudden it'll just be like a short, like little something. I'll see people and doing things in other countries or here or there, and I'll be fucking goddamn.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. I think what it is that you have some really strong psychic shit.
Yeah, but I don't like it and I don't want to have it.
Okay, but you don't have a choice. So you have to learn. You have to learn to deal with it. And this is my advice: read and study as much as you can. That's it's knowledge. Soak it in, learn it, know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't like what I'm finding.
But there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. So, you just have to learn to be able to, I think, learn how to control it. Because you can shut it off.
I've tried. I don't know how.
That's because you need to probably study on how to turn it off. Search YouTube. There's all kinds of videos. Just ask your question.
On YouTube. I've been trying to figure out what the hell am I crazy, but I'm not crazy because every time
developers are
you're not crazy.
implementing the feature, not only do we have to implement that feature, we have to implement the tutorial that goes along with it.
I think you've been running from it for so long that you're just not ready to face it, but you've got to. It's going to keep chasing you and it's going to get worse. So that's why I say knowledge, read up about it, ask questions, talk to other like-minded people.
But we actually need it before MVP.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like, who do you talk to though? It's like, I've asked
We need it before anything because that tutorial is going to be
not
used.
blown off, which is fine. I mean, I understand.
That technology has to be done. It can't be developed.
Grandmaster, please feel free to step in at some point because
he went to go check something.
Tutorial for it yet.
Well, actually, he's actually listening. Never mind.
Go ahead.
Anyway,
I guess things can be started, but we know we're not going to be able to release it until we've got that module
I would
done.
never even be on any of this.
Because after the feature gets done,
really
or
far
the
out
feature
happened.
implement, actually, probably when the feature is done, at that point,
it's like my shit's getting stronger. You know what I mean?
It may be implemented when the feature
Does that make sense?
It's going to come down to the tech design on that one.
I don't know how to explain it. Like I get
it's getting stronger for a reason.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
I know, but unfortunately, honey, it's chose you. You're just. It's hard to. It's hard to accept the unknown and the scary.
Configuration.
And that's why I'm not scared of it anymore. What I'm scared about is I'm not even scared of them.
By developers itself. That's to be determined.
Well, one I am. There is a nasty one. There's more than one, but that's just my deal. But I'm more afraid of
each element on the screen.
Our government and talking about this shit. That's more than anything.
Are you a prepper at all?
Possibility tag and
For what? No. Oh no. I've already seen myself in a hole. And that's another thing that freaks me out.
Who's putting the content together to actually rig that so it's
there's a storm coming.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's a big storm coming for sure.
And the earthquake, I asked to be in it. I'll still be alive. I just hope somebody comes and takes me up out of it. You got to make fun of it, a little bit. Yeah, there's a storm. Hey, that's another thing that bugs me. This equator, and I don't even know where to go with this. Yeah, I'm just gonna talk. I don't care. Can I talk to you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
yeah. No judgment here.
Something really far. I mean, I got some far out shit happen to me, but
even when Susan was first in the
2018, something really far out happened. That's why I'm on all these sites. That's why I keep talking.
She first came into the role. I had one of my first conversations because it's something.
I had an issue with NASA.
Okay.
And the FBI.
Yeah, me too.
You too? Okay. And I'm like, what's worse? Maybe they'll just lock me in a hole and it's got to be better than what I'm dealing with because what's the shit that was coming through? Girl, I couldn't, for weeks, every day. I mean, I couldn't even.
Okay, do you understand that the visions that are given to you are warnings?
Yeah,
don't you just
I was fucked.
Like you look at it like it's a bad thing, and that's what's going to end up happening, huh?
Well, when it happens, you look at it like, oh my God, you're fucking crazy. Who in their right mind contacts NASA? Nobody. Nobody. You don't call or email NASA.
Oh, I haven't done that shit. No, I haven't done that shit.
Well, I did.
Oh.
Hi, Grandmaster. I missed that. What now? You did what? Okay, well, then let me talk to you since you know NASA.
See, I told you. When you were listening or wherever you were at.
No, I haven't right. Let me tell you what happened, Grandmaster. Yeah, I've had black helicopters circling me in my yard. The shit's getting weird. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is in 2018 blew my fucking mind. Okay, I've seen the Tic Tac. That was in 1995. Okay, who in the fuck do you tell that to back then? Had a track phone. We didn't got all this shit. Anyway, long story short is, in 2018, which one? When what? The Tic Tac? Okay. In 1995, I saw the Tic Tac. Actually, it was cool. But I do believe that once you and that was like, hey, this is really work. I don't know what you do, Grandmaster. It's none of my business, but I'm gonna fill you in on some shit. How do you know NAS and shit? That's none of my. I don't care. I don't even want to know. I can already. Okay. So, all right. Well, let me ask you guys this. What would you do? All right. So, in high school.
Stay here. Artie, stay
I'm
close.
not really worried about them.
Come here.
I saw something fucking amazing. And now I wish I never would have seen it. This object was stationary, and I'm not good at feet and distance, but off the ground, right next to the railroad tracks, on a beautiful Sunday morning. I had a person with me. He is deceased. So, and that was in 1995. And he only had a track phone, you know. No camera, no video, no nothing. Which I don't think it would matter anyway, because I've caught shit that either they want you to catch it or they don't. Does that make sense? Yeah. Well, it makes sense to me.
Yes, it makes sense.
Yeah. So anyway, wow. We looked at each other. I was driving. And we looked at each other. Our faces dropped like, are you seeing this? And I said, fuck it. I'm going for it. And I zoom and okay, give me a speeding ticket now. Floored it, turned right. There's the railroad tracks less than 1,000 feet away. It let us get just close enough to it, and it shot up in the air. There was nothing. I mean, no sound, no wind. I mean, it was next to the railroad tracks in a fucking field where corn grows. Nothing was moving. There was no breeze, nothing.
You know what? Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're describing exactly what happened to me, except it happened on Highway 101 here in Washington State. So, I mean, it's almost identical, just different setting.
See, and yeah, and we were going down Route 40 we just left Altamont, going towards St. Elmo, and this is Illinois, and there's nobody else around. You know, small town, nobody else coming or going. And we see this thing, and we both look at each other, and we're like, what the fuck? We don't say anything to each other. And I look back at the road because I'm driving, and I looked back over and I said, I'm going for it. And I floored it, and it was just not even, like I said, I'm not good at feet and all that distance and shit. But right there was the turn right, and right there. But what gets me is there's like a transformer kind of thing there at the railroad tracks. I don't know if that means anything, but anyway, it was stationary up off the ground. And when I first noticed it going down the highway, you know, because I'm driving, I kind of glanced at it and I'm like, what the fuck? It looked like the front end of like an airplane or a propane tank, like rounded like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, you're seeing shit. And then you're looking and we're looking at each other and we're like, and it led it just to the point that we got to the railroad tracks where all this is, and it's just like not far from it, in the field, stationary above it. It shot up. It shot up. It did not change direction. There was no sound. There were no windows. It was just white. And then it shot straight up, and then without turning, moving anything, as it sat there like a tube or like a propane, went sideways straight north into this weird fucking, it got sucked up in a tunnel and gone before we could blink. It let us get just close enough, which is fucking weird. And then since then, I'm like, okay, me and this dude, oh my God, I turn around, I'm like, dude, we went where we were going, and 10 years later, I ran into him, and he made a joke about it. We never told anybody about it, ever.
Wow.
Do you know,
Yeah.
Grandmaster, do you know anything about longitude and latitude? Longitude and latitude. Do you know how to do that? Okay, well, I went. Okay, I find this interesting because I went back and got on Google Map, where my sightings were, because that's not the only one I've had. And 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 of them, they all stayed out with 39. Now, is that weird? I mean, and they're all different towns, different counties, but they all start with like 39. And,
Yeah, there's something about repeating numbers. You might want to look at, just research it.
The remaining items in MVP3.
Well, I'm like, okay, so the first sighting I had, the first 2 sightings I had was between 1984 and 85. And they were like, okay, I lived in a small town. But anyway, me and a friend of mine were sitting out in the country, beautiful out, watching stars, talking shit, whatever. And they were like, and this is really weird. There was 3, they were like stars, right? Really bright. But yet, one dropped down and then shot left. And the second one dropped down, shot right. Then the third one did its thing. And then all of a sudden there was 4, and then there was 5. It was like they were playing a fucking game. They would drop down and shoot over and then shoot back up. And this went on for quite a while, and we're like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden it just disappeared. All right. So then the next thing I saw was an orangish, reddish orb, whatever you want to call it. And it took over, I don't know, 45 minutes to float over 10 fucking trees. That was, it came out of nowhere and do, and then it disappeared.
It's what they do.
And then the next weird thing that happened to me was my mom wakes me up at like, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock. I don't know what time, like 5 o'clock in the morning. On a weekend, I'm in high school. Who the hell wants to get up then? I'm like, what do you want? She's like, you have to get up. You gotta get up.
You need to bring in tech and bring in the
Come sit on the couch with me. You gotta watch, because I've been watching this for over an hour.
We have. How do
I'm
we
like, okay, Mom. So I get up, I go sit on the couch with her, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Because right now, every single
My bedroom, we live in an apartment,
having a component that's going to be
and
brought in
the
as part
couch,
of view, and it has to
there,
communicate
you could
with you
see
at the time.
the bathroom door
It's something we can do. We just have to find
and like
easiest.
her bedroom door.
Now, one thing I'm saying,
There's a hallway there with that bedroom and my bedroom.
It may not be my area, but
all
it's
weird
an area
shit.
that I'm looking at. If designs need more time,
I call it rolling, like a mist or whatever, swirling, floating in the hallway, and went straight under the bathroom door. And I watched this with her
because we've got all these people there. But if we're not going to
my fucking bedroom
until down the road, how do we?
Okay.
Keep
so then
without
the next thing
having to go up to Craig
is tic tac. Is whatever they call it.
That's something for other people to figure out, but it's something we're going to have to start thinking out because if there is more time that's needed for this,
and then I move into this place,
there's going to be that gap.
Nothing but fucking chaos here. I mean, I have had deceased people left and right.
Okay, I know what you're going through, and you're gonna have to learn meditation. You're gonna have to learn to quiet your mind, to shut the shit off. You've got it coming at you at all angles.
From our leadership,
and the only way that you're gonna learn to control it is by studying and researching. There is plenty of information out there.
It's coming up, and then it's
everything that
we're going to shift it to.
That comes through.
We're asking for enough, and then whatever it is we're going to go towards on this,
scientists
deliver
to starfish to man, it gets weird, you guys. It's getting really weird.
Are you taking notes? Wait, what?
What did you say? I'm not. What is that?
Oh, that'd be awesome. 420.
Okay, can I tell you something, Grandmaster? Because everything that has come through has happened. See, things do bother me, and that's why I am so weird. Because everything. Yeah, something really bothers me because I'm like, if there's a lady going up in space, which obviously there is, I found out. I had something come through about that like a year and a half ago. They need to check the hatch door. What do you call Nancy back up and say, hey, check the hatch door if this lady.
It's really two features. I understand what you're saying. It's really two features because it's basically the header.
Yeah.
Two different items because obviously different dependencies on them.
Hatch door. If there's a lady going up in space, which I just found out there is, and this came through to me like I don't know, a year and a half ago. Thinking about a hatch door. Really, I really.
Holy shit! I was just trying to say that we can remove him from the chat. Should I do it?
He's here for a reason.
Oh, okay. All right, Grandmaster, please speak on and I will shut the fuck up. I'm really high right now.
Well, at least he's recording us.
At least it's quieter now. That vacuum was too much, man.
Hey, what's up with that? Did they go up in space or not? Hey, that's another thing. What do you think of that, Grandmaster? Shooting all that shit up into space. I know he's listening.
Yeah, he's there.
I know he's there.
So
No
can
doubt.
I tell you? Can I tell you about one of my experiences?
I would
Oh,
love to
shit.
hear it, actually.
I'm walking all over him. I'm so sorry.
I mean, if I need to go back and update those designs to reflect
Okay.
1 and 2 now, then I need to go do that.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. We should welcome. No, Ian. Are you ever going to say anything?
No, but I'm assuming they want the designs updated to reflect the VP 1 and 2.
I think it's just me, you, and Grandmaster and Thomas.
Who is Mr. Campbell? Oh, okay, that was. Okay. Go ahead. I would like to hear what you have to say, actually.
Oh, so my first experience was when I was 7, and I was living in Thousand Oaks, California. It was late at night, and I saw it was a low UFO. It was like very slow, hovering over the houses. I saw it coming towards the house. And so I woke my mom up. She didn't believe me. It was gone by the time she got to the window or whatever. That was my first experience. And I never had any after effects or anything like that. But my very first experience to see one up close and personal was back in 1991.
Hey, can I stop you for a minute?
Yeah.
Tech design and grooming support, so request that come
Yeah.
interchanges that we have during that discussion would be the
You lose it.
And this isn't
You're getting away with it.
what I'm just trying to do is get an idea of how to thread this together. We obviously look at needed
Oh.
and urgency.
Oh,
but it's good
it's
general
the stuff.
understanding. So that would be grooming support or
You lost.
tech design support.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Because obviously these first 3 didn't happen. The DS components will get built anyway.
Not that you know a Nancy.
Tech material that's being requested. This hasn't come up recently, but it did happen a lot, especially with the MVP breakouts.
What do I know a Nancy?
Hang on a minute.
Someone else's presentation is kind of outside of the scope of this work. I have that as the lowest priority.
Is you Grandmaster?
Sounds okay for David and I to work with.
Anybody lose anybody with the first name with starts with an N? Either one of you?
I know somebody named Nancy who passed away not very long ago. Why? She was one of my not clients. She was one of my patients. I'm a certified nursing assistant. So she was, God, how long ago has it been? I got hurt and I've been
feeling like a lot of chest pain.
Yeah.
Are you a psychologist?
No. I mean, if I had gone on to college,
okay,
you know what I mean? That's probably what I would have done. I'm an extremely deep person, and you, because you've got psychic ability. You've just got to learn to control it.
It's all right, babe. Oh, it's okay. You lay down, buddy. The wind died down. Grandmaster, you're up to something. I'm sorry.
He's probably getting high.
I don't think he is.
Who was right?
Oh, so anyway, this lady.
Sorry. Can you see him?
Me?
Shelly, yeah. Can you see Grandmaster?
Yes, I can see him.
Yeah, I think he's smoking a bowl right now.
I'll go for it. Whatever makes you happy.
Yeah.
This lady though. She was kind of, kind of cool, kind of, I don't know what the word is, charismatic, kind of.
Charismatic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in the way you think, though. What'd she tell you? She told you something once. You didn't listen to her, did you?
I don't. Her and I never really got close like that. We didn't talk much about stuff.
No, but you knew.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I'm a stoner. My memory's shit. So I really, I can't.
Don't do that. No, don't do that. You might be a stoner, but your memory's not shit. Just like when you put the doobie. Yeah, okay. I'm not. That's what I don't like about this. I don't want to go there with. So anyway, what do you want to know? That would just be the easiest, wouldn't it?
Well, you told us all about your different things that you've seen.
You want to know how they do it?
Sure.
I'll never tell. You want to know where the missing paper is? You do know there's a missing formula, right? Okay. Right, Grandmaster? It's not really a formula. Time travel isn't what you guys think it is. I don't. Well, as far as Tom DeLonge is concerned, I think you might want to give him a little more credit. I think he saw something too. That big board, I saw a big board. Lots of little tiny lights.
Oh, I was starting to tell you about my experience. That's what we were talking about.
They're gonna maybe have to slow stuff
And of
down.
course, here comes Thomas.
Right on some of this stuff, so we can have the time they need to get this designed. Because what they accounted for on designs and revisions and all this stuff, it's not there, and it's spiraling. We just had a meeting about it for an hour. I just want to give you a heads up. They're going to try and find some time to talk about it. And I want it to be realistic. So when we have a plan we're moving forward, we're not going to keep on jerking things around. Like I said up front, our plan was way too aggressive, and it's damn proving out to be still.
No, I've got a way more aggressive plan for you now. Time.
Okay, sure. Where's it at?
Shitstorm, you got one more.
Did you just send me an invite for a meeting or something?
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
Sorry. I've been on my phone here talking back and forth, listening to what's going on. I will find where I'll be right there, buddy. And thanks for calling me on my phone, because that's sometimes when I'm in meetings and different things, I'm heads deep in meeting, not paying attention to chat. It's
No worries. Please slow down.
Okay, you didn't. Was it a regular invite to a meeting, or did you send me a link?
No.
Okay, it's probably there. I've got a bunch of those popped up. Here we go. Anon, go. Okay, I see it is. I'll be right there. Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Hey, Thomas.
He can't hear you. Well, he can't hear you. Yeah.
Okay. He left the chat. That's better. Okay. Oh, my baby.
All right, now tell me.
Oh, that's right.
We're all
Okay.
being recorded, and let's get it straight.
Okay. Anyway, so me and my girlfriend, she worked at the prison, and she called me and said, dude, I need a sitter. Mine bailed on me. And I was like, okay, cool. So she had to come and get me because we live in two separate towns. I live in Squim. She lived in PA. And so she had to come get me, which is about a 20-minute drive.
You have a sister. You have a sister?
Sorry?
Do you have a sister?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, so we were driving on the highway. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. My son was in the back seat asleep. And all of a sudden I spotted something like way up ahead. I mean, I saw it before I really saw it. And so I turned to her and I said, "Do you see that bright light ahead of us?" And she said, "Yeah, it's probably a plane or something." I said, "No, that's not a plane. That's not moving like a plane. It's too low for a plane." And so as we're driving and debating on what we're seeing, the next thing we knew, our car was enveloped in light. And she literally had to pull over to fucking see. I mean, she had to stop. And so as soon as she did, I said, "I'm checking it out." I opened up the car door. I looked up and it gone that fast. That fucking fast. It was fucking amazing. I had no missing time. Nothing. And
You don't even smoke, do you?
I smoke weed and cigarettes, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Who
do you work for?
Who do I work for? I'm a CNA, certified nursing assistant. I've been out of work now for about 1.5 years because I have a fucked up back and I tore my meniscus in 2 places.
Oh my God. Holy
yeah, so I'm at home until disability starts. And so like I'm going through physical therapy because I mean, I want to get back to work. This is fucking bullshit. This isn't me.
It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. 13 years. I went 13 years without working. Huh.
Oh, I can't do it. I like money too much. And I love my job. I love taking care of people.
I don't give a fuck about money.
Huh?
Money, I don't give a fuck about money.
Yeah. I like what I do though.
You know, I've never seen any shit like it. Well, you're on for disability. I got hit by a semi. And unbelievable. You know, they make you feel like a piece of shit. I went so long doing their bullshit. I did everything that, you know, I'm a trooper, I really am. And for them to tell me, oh, I was being difficult as they went in for the second surgery and found that my whole fucking muscle had been ripped away and just hanging there off the bone for over 2 years. What the fuck? But I was being difficult. Unbelievable.
All right. Where do you live?
I live in Illinois.
Okay. I used to live in on the border of Illinois in Clinton, Iowa. Have you ever heard of it?
Clinton?
Yeah.
No. Well, Clinton. There's a Clinton, Illinois.
Oh, there's also a Clinton, Iowa.
There's a
It's right
Clinton in every state.
Have you heard of
Yo, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Have you heard of Fulton, Illinois?
I actually just seen that earlier today. Fulton. Yeah.
Okay. We're like right across from Fulton in Iowa. The river, you know, Mississippi River borders it.
What do you know about Indians?
Nothing, because I'm not. I'm not native. I'm part Hispanic and part Irish.
All right. You have no thoughts on Indians? Grandmaster, just jump in here and don't make me come after you.
He's fucking enjoying listening. I'm telling you right now. He's got his mic. He's laughing at us. I guarantee it.
Yeah. we'll get in line.
Oh, I'm really high because I went to the weed store yesterday and I got some infused with fucking hash, man. It's fucking high. What? That's funny. Oh wow, that's cool. Normally I can pick up people's. Oh wow. Right, right. Oh yeah.
I had an Indian chief, his wife, and his daughter here one afternoon. Yeah, deceased. Told me a story. Told me a story about how they stole all their fucking children. And they wanted they wouldn't know where their children went. Somebody stole all their children. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, you're crazy, Shirley. Dude, look it up. Everything you told me. Our government stole they took their children, put them in those schools, and wow, amazing. You know what? You'd think you're crazy, but hey, my dog, and he's a whole nother story, popped up. He don't share his bones with nobody, nothing. Looked at me, and I'm like, go get that little girl your bone. Jumped off the couch, grabbed his bone, walked over, sat down, placed the bone in front of the little Indian girl, looked at me, and I said, oh, that's a good boy. And he went and got back on his couch and went back to sleep. So, you know what? There's some shit happening that I think our government knows. Obviously, they do. We're not all crazy making this shit up.
Right. But what does that have to do with the animal?
Oh, animals know.
Oh yeah, animals are.
Now,
I mean, in my opinion,
the Native American shit. Yeah, Grandmaster. You did something. Never mind. I'm gonna shut up now. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you're not Merlin. You're not Merlin, but you
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna say something.
Okay.
They don't give a shit who believes me or whatever. Someday, when you have a message coming through to you from a loved one or whoever, and you sit and you giggle, and you don't believe, or you do believe, and you do know, but you don't want to think about it. It makes it hard on us that have to relay the messages. Because if we don't get it right or get it to the right person, they don't leave. They stick around until you guys get the messages. So, like for you, Tamisha,
the
lady, I'm not
far
gonna
from young.
and Grandmaster, I'm gonna leave that one alone because you already know what you did.
Who? Grandmaster? What he did?
Yeah, he knows what he did.
What did you do?
No, we're not gonna go there with that.
Oh. Are you playing video games while you're talking to us? Huh. I play video games. Oh. So are you going to tell us what you did?
Interesting. Tell me about electricity.
You want us to tell you a story or actual facts?
He knows what I'm talking about. Tell me about how they bounce off each other. Grandmaster, you're here for a reason. Okay, so let me ask you this. So okay. Okay, let me ask you this. What would redirectional mean in that sense with redirect? I get a lot of shit about redirectional, that we have it wrong. Something about redirectional.
I'll be right back.
Just talk to me, Grandmaster. Come on. Did you see my dots? No, come on. Jesus. Never mind. Oh, nothing against you. I know you're. Shall I say hello? Hello to your company or my company. Tell me about the biometric spear. Oh, interesting. No, it doesn't work like that. What, kind of like static electricity? That's not exactly what I'm seeing. But anyway, can you hold it in 2 hands? Okay. Some things aren't meant for us to know. Yeah. My mom is having seizures. I don't smoke pot. You guys have at it.
so fucking stupid. That's what I take every day. It is.
Yeah.
Do you take gabapentin? Okay. Yeah, I take 600 milligrams of the gabapentin a day. I take 20 milligrams of oxycodone a day, 10 milligrams. Yeah, 10. Yeah, they do. They do. I'm in pain management. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you slipped.
Weed is legal here, so yes, I'm on a pain management plan. I'm sorry. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I live in Sequim, Washington, on the Olympic Peninsula. Yeah, Washington State. I'm right by Thomas. Like, I'm probably only an hour's drive from Thomas. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was born in California. Yeah. I have a Sequoia table that my dad bought back in like I want to say it was like 1988 maybe. And it's about this thick. And then it's got the tree trunk legs. And it's like been lacquered. The lacquer on it is so thick, nothing will ever penetrate the wood. Oh, that's not bad. Anyway. I stuck my foot in my mouth.
Hey, what is
you still there, Shelly?
Yeah.
Save me.
What does fortitude mean? Fortitude.
Fortitude.
Is it even a word? I don't even.
Yes, it's a word. It's a word. I just can't think of what it means right now. Fortitude. Take it, Grandmaster. Yeah, I don't know. Google it.
I am.
Google will never fail you.
It will let me. Me. Fortitude. 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 I don't even. How do you even fucking spell it?
Yeah, we can't really see it because you're a little box in the corner.
Courage in pain. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. Okay.
Okay, Grandmaster.
Fucking Latin. Latin. Again with the Latin.
Grandmaster, we couldn't see it because what we're seeing is whatever you're broadcasting. You're a little itty bitty box in the corner. Oh, okay, maybe it's because I don't have my glasses on. Hold on.
Yeah, I am my glasses.
Okay, there you are.
Here I am.
Okay. That's cool.
What? Are you gonna tell me anything of importance or that I need to know?
Yeah, I don't have anything for you, honey.
You're reading. Not a reader. I know you're not a reader. So let's move on from that, right? Right?
Right, what?
On. That makes more sense. That does make sense. On.
Yeah, how old are you?
I was pretty like 29.
How old are you?
I was close.
Yeah, just a baby. That's awesome. What are you doing hanging out with us old ladies? Oh, yeah, I know.
That's really fucking funny, isn't it? That's cute. Okay, smart ass. Are you kidding me? Tell my Jimmy. Okay. I honestly don't give a shit.
Yep, I love Stephen Greer. Yeah.
Hey, Grandmaster, can you do me a favor? No, you don't have to, but do something for me. Tell my Jimmy I'm going to Egypt. I am going to go to Egypt. I'm booking the trip. You tell my Jimmy we have something to find there. No, I don't give a shit about any of that. This is my deal.
I'm gonna go check out your page and I'll subscribe and check it out.
Tell my Jimmy we're going to Egypt. And we're gonna find that fucking wall.
Hey Jimmy!
Hey, love Jimmy! In fact, they'll never let me go.
She's going to Egypt.
Already been there, I think. We're gonna go find King Tut's brother, dude. That's what we got to do. Oh, giggle! Come on, guys. Gotta have fun with it.
Oh, for sure. Fucking having a blast right now.
Pretty interesting, though, isn't it? Hey, anyway, Grandmaster. No. That's the old shoebox. What? Did I say something? Tell Jimmy it's a shoebox. I wonder what happens when I do connect those dots. Oh, that's interesting. Flip it around though. It's a mirror. I'm a huge fan of Dr. Greer. I have his CE5 app. Oh my God, that is so fucking awesome. I would love an autograph, man. Yes. Oh, is that coming up? Yeah, I'll be watching that shit if they shouldn't have to ask for anything. Really? Yeah, I've heard about it. I've heard about that. All I'm getting is 17. 17. That's my birthday. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna get off here. You guys, cool. Shelly left. Okay, there you are.
That's fucking amazing. Say that again? No. Enlighten me, please. Wow. I watched him go on a couple podcasts with these young kids, and they were just like mocking him to his face. And I thought, no, he didn't take it though. That's what I loved about him. He fucking was like, as soon as they started their bullshit, he was like, oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. I had mm-hmm.
Aliens to Earth could be as easy as leaving a very large. Researchers say attracting aliens to Earth could be as easy as leaving.
I don't hear anything.
Researchers say attracting aliens to.
Yes. And where do you live? Well, no, just what part of the United States? I'm not trying. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Shelly was creeping me out a bit. But like she did you hear her? She's like, 17, and I spoke up. I said, that's my birthday. She's like, oh, I gotta go, man. That is my birthday, though, October 17th. Shoot. What am I looking at now? I am. I'm looking at a bunch of shit. I can't see you anywhere. No. No, I can't. You're at the very bottom of the screen. I'm not on my computer. I'm on my phone. Isn't this what we watched today in the hearings? It's like, I don't understand why Gillibrand didn't ask any hard-hitting questions. I don't understand. Yeah, that's a good possibility. It wasn't worth me getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning for. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes I think our government has lied to us about all of our history. But that's just my opinion. Yeah. Kind of like when we were kids. Well, no, I was a kid. All right, well, it's 11:41. I got to get up out of bed. I'm still in bed because I got up for the show, which was what? Huh? It's 11:41 here. So, but hey, I'll see you again, I'm sure. All right. Well, yeah, I'll be there tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Well, have a good day. All right. Bye.
Steve said the fucking thing is at at 12 a.m., dude. It's at 12 a.m. at night. Hey Siri, set a timer. Set an alarm. Set an alarm at 11:30 p.m. Done. Set an alarm at 11:40 p.m. Done. Yo, I'm about to get up for that shit.
Maybe. I know she just said she might be coming on. If you don't want to, it's okay, Helen. We're just chit-chatting about it. But I'm excited about Helen coming on. I'm excited about Ron James. And I'm honestly just having fun with the journey. I do feel like we get closer every day to some sort of answer. What's up, Grandmaster UV? I'm streaming from the car. Look, can you see the car moving up back and forth? I had to. This is a members only stream. This will not be available to those who did not make it to the live. We do these sometimes just to have fun. Ryan Sprague got like 300 people in the chat. I know, Amy gets jealous. I do get jealous. But I turned the jealousy into this thing of like a learning thing. Damn it! I should have gone live this morning. Some people weren't even sitting there. They were just playing the feed. They didn't even comment. No big deal. No big deal. What's up, Dutch Fly? What's up, Dutch Fly? Yes. What is this show? What's up, FAP? This is a rando show. This is a show for only the hardcore 111 fam, which you are part of. This is only for the hardcore ones. You all are the true galactic family. If you haven't managed to reach this, you are the true Galactic Federation. I'm just kidding. You're all a Galactic Federation. You get indoctrinated when. You know when. You get indoctrinated when we get 50 in the chat. Hi, Diane. I love you too. There we go. on forever and ever. I didn't even know it was still going on. But maybe not. Maybe I don't. Maybe I should just go back to my car. My phone. Well, if I turn on the air conditioner, right? Yeah. We're still, you're going to get rain. Hey, you're back. Yeah, I'm still talking about the aliens. The aliens. They don't like that, right? They don't like it when I talk about them. The bodies. The craft. The documents. Well, that's okay. It's good because, well, I live in New Mexico. So it's super hot right now. So that, like, my phone was like, how dare you go live? It's been such a mad day, Amy. Thank you. Well, the energy's really intense today. And my car is super hot, so I can understand why it got mad at me. My car's super hot, so I can understand why people... It's cool you came back. Game Pro. Everyone remember to like the stream. That's right, Game Pro. We're here. You're getting Amy raw and real. This ain't no bullshit today. You're on a stream. We're gonna fucking cuss. Why are we gonna fucking cuss? Because this is just like a members only stream. The Galactic Federation. You're only allowed here if you're actually really liked. What happened to me along the way, man? I'm not going back in there yet. Hell no. It's a members only stream. That sounds dirty. Members only stream. Members only. And it's actually not members only. Because you guys are allowed, but it'll be members only once we're done being live. And hopefully my phone doesn't get... It's an eclipse today? I didn't know that. But hopefully my phone... There. Just putting some air on it. I wish I was in DC. Why can't I be in DC? Now there's air hitting it. It's probably super loud. Now there's air hitting it. All right, we're doing good. We got some AC. Try and close this up. Look, I got the air. I got the wind in my face. All right, now Nikki's OnlyFans. You guys, Amy doesn't have an OnlyFans. That's like the worst. Yikes. But it is funny, right? Amy, tonight after work, we'll be looking for the recap. So at 7, you're going to have a crowd. I got a soccer game to go to, unfortunately. But not unfortunately, because, man, we got to, like, have some balance in the UFO world, you know? Which is why I have fun with it. So I'm happy to say I've got a soccer game I got to go to in the middle of all this. I got to get the soccer kid, my soccer kiddo's she's going to go kick the ass out of some other soccer teams. So that's way more important to me than anything ufology. I love my kid. I love my kid. She's the coolest. She met Lou Elizondo. Yeah. Amy, look like me on a Monday morning, only slightly better. Ooh, so you look gorgeous. FAP. As usual, wink to you. Yes, soccer's awesome. She's gonna kick their ass. I'm cursing a lot because, because as much as we love UFOs, as much we love our UFOs, balance in UFOs, says Hides in Long Grass. Yes. It's fun for me, but then UFOs are fun, they're funny for me. And since they didn't say aliens were invading the planet this morning, they're still fun for me. When I'm told that aliens are invading the planet, I don't think these streams will be very funny. They're funny right now. Now it's funny. Hi, Chris. What's up, Mindfork? Right now it's funny. But if this morning, Dr. Dr. Kirkpatrick, which, by the way, Dan Warren got the Kirkpatrick, he got Dr. Kirkpatrick's little thing. Did you guys see that? Follow me on Twitter. I retweeted it. He got he pulled it. Dan Warren has like the coolest shit. Like he's also got the certificate because he's an investor into the Stars Academy. And it's kind of crazy. It's just kind of crazy. We're just doing our members only stream. Chris, I'm glad you're here because you're talking about the core of the Galactic Federation. Put 1-1 in the chat if you've been to a dance party. I bet you have. Because I know you all have been indoctrinated into, yes, Dan Warren is like the nicest person in ufology. I mean, Dan Warren is a very nice man. And he's just got class. And not exactly the easiest field to have a bunch of class in. Yes, Mind Forked, all y'all have been here. All y'all. Yeah, that's right. 11111. We are in the Galactic Federation. Because this is the core of the Galactic Federation right here. So in one of the movies, because I got a screener for Accidental Truth. They gave it to me because we've got Dan James coming on the show on Saturday. And that's going to be live with Dan James, who's the, he's the director of Accidental Truth, out from 1091 Productions, which is basically 1091 Productions is the UFO production company over, I mean, really, it's the only production company that distributes tons and tons of UFO content to as far as it can possibly get. So luckily, they reached out to us, to the 111 family, and they're very excited to show Dan, and Dan's gonna be here, and Dan has done a lot of work. I guess he made a documentary about the Disclosure Project and the press club with Stephen Bassett. Like, this is kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, if I tweak this all a little bit, if I do the right questions and I sit down and I do the timestamps and I do all the fancy dance stuff that all the other channels do, like, I want things to be fun, right? Like, I always want there to be a fun energy with this, and I don't like quelling my creativity, right? Like, I like it being out there, but like, if we can just pack it down for this Saturday so it looks good for the MUFON guys. For Dan James. Amy, take the keys out of the car and throw them. We'll send AAA. Oh no, dude, no. I locked myself out. Because when Rich did this cute little thing on GoofOn on his show where he was, he did his own Alien Girl jingle. And I didn't even tell him this. But I was in my car just like this. And I was like, I was trying to clip it on my brake. And I literally started laughing so much because he's like, what does he say? Here comes Alien Girl. She knows about the world. It's in my shorts. If you like UFOs, are you thing? Anyway, so I was watching that clip and I actually literally locked myself out of my car because I was laughing so much at Rich when I was making that short. I locked myself out of my car. But it's fine. I have my life together, was able to find my way out. Point of the story is Rich made me laugh so much one day that I locked myself out of my car. Yes. Yes. SoCal Walker says, I just finished lunch and my regular job. Now I'm going to go try finish a fishing rod for a set I'm building. Cool. Building sets. That's very cool. And I don't know. I'm always excited to see UFOs in the news. I'm always excited to see the government talk about the UFOs for so many reasons. Specifically, one being that I'm very excited just to see this coverage at all through the government. And I do think that, you know, we're reaching this point with it all where we can really have a better understanding of what's going on. And as much as a lot of the skeptics like to say, hey, let's get rid of all, what is it? How many hours? How many, like 80 years? 80 years of documentation, 80 years of us doing all of this. 80 flipping years. 80 years. Nothing. And we're told to be quiet, and we're told not to talk about it, and we're told that it's crazy. You know, I love the skeptical voice because it keeps me sane. But there's a component to the skeptical voice that will not take any other information in when they make their decisions, and that's totally fine. 126 years? Yes, 126 years, Tim, because that's when the Aurora incident happened. And we need the skeptics, you know, to calm us down. I'll tell you what. I watched Stephen Greenstreet's final thing of Skinwalker Ranch, and it's interesting. I've been out there to Skinwalker Ranch, 30 miles from it. Me and Chris and Lynn Wallington, Lynn Hurley, we all went out there to Blind Frog Ranch, which was like 30 miles outside. And actually, Stephen Greenstreet did a whole breakdown of how, you know, the politicians within the area of Skinwalker Ranch are very excited to bring in all sorts of different people to talk about it, to have these huge events that we all went to. We went to the whole Skinwalker conference that Stephen Greenstreet, he was talking about Phenomicon, but they also, I think, were very excited to see how much business it brought in from the UFO Disclosure Symposium, which, by the way, what's his name? Jared Leto gave me a hug. Not like I'm gonna, he's a nice man, but I was so cute because he came up and he's like, can I give you a hug? And I was like, yes, you know. So it was just like, this is what we're working on, just to give him a hug. Chris Leto, that's his name. Chris gave me a hug because it's just like I was such, the Vernal Symposium was actually amazing. Okay, UFO Shane. Hi, UFO Shane. Skinwalker Ranch is a real place with a real phenomenon. The narrative you have been sold, however, is a lie. What narrative is that, Shane? What's the narrative that I've been sold? I'm curious, honestly. Because if people think I've been bought into a narrative, I don't think that's true. I think I'm pretty open-minded, and I think I try to stay in the I don't know field as much as possible. Just because I find documents about Bob Lazar that makes me question it doesn't mean that I don't believe that there's the brainwashed, liquid, mind control tactics that a lot of people on the woo side said happened, and that's why he can't remember that he went to MIT. Like, I don't know. I know you weren't speaking to me directly, Shane. I know. I just get, you know, you guys know me. I really want people to, like, you know that we're trying to be balanced about this. And if anything, I think that's the biggest problem that I see personally in ufology, is that none of this is balanced. Like, all the fights don't need to happen. Like, people can treat each other, like, calmly and not get all caught up in this. You know, this isn't all of our lives. It's just something fun. If this morning, yes, Shane, Travis Taylor made $10,000 at Alien Con. Yeah? Oh my God. I hugged Jared Leto's the guy from Fight Club. Woo! But Chris, Leto. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just talking. $10,000. That's right, Mind Forked. Watch the new Stephen Greenstreet thing. Watch the new Stephen Greenstreet thing, girl. They talk about Phenomenomicon and how much money Uinta Basin area made off Phenomenomicon, which we didn't end up going to, but it was fine. Let's see here. That doesn't count. Pictures of, for me, ever since 1966, when the light came over me and my brother and my friends doing the one potato thing, I want to hear all to go from there. Not to say the other things I've seen. That's a 10K base fee. I want to shake an alien's hand or get abducted, says Samo. Yes. Oh, I'm on it now, LOL. What? This will be fun. Yeah. And it got to the end. The end was a pretty interesting thing because he caught, and I'm not even going to say caught because I'm a huge Fugel fan. I love Brandon Fugel. I love the way he talks. I just love a lot of things about him. I just think he's a stand-up dude. I like what he's doing. I just love him. I love him. He's just so no BS. He goes out there. And I think one thing to take into consideration with Brandon Fugel is he is a spiritual man. He is a Mormon, right? He's a very spiritual man. He very, very Mormon, very focused on his religion. And so was Harry Reid. Harry Reid was actually part of the LDS church, which I do believe, the LDS church, which I do believe is that the polygamous side? Oh, you can talking to Brandon. He was hurt by Greenstreet's. Yeah. Yeah, it's it's tough. The tough thing that Fugel's in is that Bigelow owned the ranch before him, and Bigelow said nothing was really going on there. That's actually was part in the movie Accidental Truth, directed by Ron James, who's going to be on our show this weekend. Yeah. Well, guys, I reached 30 minutes hanging out with you. This is a members-only stream. My phone almost overheated in the minute of it. Thank you, all of you. I think we got to 30 people live on a rando stream. How cool! And, like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. I hope you like this exclusive live stream. It's not every stream where I want you guys to see me, like, usually I'm totally ready, but today I'm, like, halfway through my day, like, not ready, and, like, I still wanted to go live to hang out with you guys, but I will see you guys later. Keep it up, keep up the love, keep it going, don't ever stop. Like, subscribe, hit that notification bell if you want to be briefed when I do random streams like this, because sometimes I just gotta go live and talk nonstop. Alright, you guys, I love you so much. We're gonna be doing another stream tomorrow morning, as usual. Might be the review, might be a debrief, I don't know. Friday, we're going to be doing the movie review of Accidental Truth. And then on Saturday, we're going to have the director of Accidental Truth on the show. So I hope you guys all check it out. Love y'all so much. Peace, heart, bye! Let me send the fucking message. That's weird shit.
experiment with it live and try things, trial and error, and we're going to see what it's like. Because I think a lot of people would benefit from it. I know I would if I had to go on some fucking YouTube journey to crack into it. But once I did, I mean, I'm able to produce visuals for stories that I want to tell. I'm able to mass produce scripts, right? I produced a script and I was like, yo, can you make more scripts like this? And I was like, yeah. I was like, cool, make it about this guy.
Curly-goop gon' slide, curly-goop gon' fly, curly. What the fuck is wrong with this shit? Curly-goop is funny. I like how Curly-goop rap. That's just Rappington raps. Rappington raps. Damn, this shit gonna go hard. This shit go hard, son. Curly-goop. Curly-goop, motherfucker sipping goop on the block with my hoes on.
I'm trying to talk like Kurt Ledoux.
Yeah, Kurt Ledoux, yeah. Motherfucking slide hole, no, then I ride and I put it on God, get it to my side, I'll smoke it on bag, got that fucking sack, pull it up, go inside, yeah, I got a fucking bands, pull up with them UFOs and tell them bands.
hear sounds. I'm not in the shower. I'm frying chicken. But go on with it.
You fried chicken?
What do you guys think of deja vu? Creeps me out.
That's where it's a noticeable part of my life. It is weird.
Fried chicken on the motherfucking block.
I guess you could say, especially because it's yourself.
Spec up, spying on everybody through their phone. Niggas know, baby, spying on my niggas. We be keeping eyes on everybody with the fucking weapons. And the Android stepping in with the minigun popping out the roof. Minigun popping at the coop, motherfucker.
I usually just acknowledge it and I never try to figure out anything more. That's something
They're fucking with my audio straight up. Damn, son. Damn, son. They're fucking with the audio. Fuck those motherfuckers, man. I bet on Twitch it sounds good. I bet this fucking YouTube, I don't know.
Smokey exclusive.
900,000, nigga. Curly Goop, Chavo Fresco.
You're listening to DJ Smokey.
If If you don't smoke, you don't trust you, then I'm far wrong bust you.
DJ Smokey, 666, bitch.
Half a gram of Somali in a Sprite can. On the block, got a chopper in a trash can. Trigger codeine with some demons. Promethazine puddles, I'm tweaking. I need me some senses to fall asleep. I need my heat just to walk down the street. Promethazine puddles, I spill my drink. She snorting the purse cause the bitch a freak. I might get merch trying to ride down my street. Promethazine puddles, I spill my drink. Half a gram of Somali in a Sprite can. On the block, got a chopper in a trash can. Trigger codeine with some demons. Promethazine puddles, I'm tweaking. Half a gram of Somali in a Sprite can. On the block, got a chopper in the trash can. Laying with my chopper in my bed, we just cuddling. Little chopper on hustling, little chopper on struggling. I came up for nothing, man. These niggas washed up, but I'm bubbling. Try to pass from the ball, he kept fumbling. We in the field like we huddling. Keep on shining, keep struggling. I came from the bottom, niggas know I got him. Nigga know I shot him. Don't ask me if I shot him, you already know I shot him. I forgot him, baby, I'm a problem. Little chopper goblin, baby, I'm a goblin. I'm so good to a goblin. My nigga robbing, niggas in my robber shop, always plotting. Niggas know how I'm mobbing, know how I'm mobbing. Swear nigga always be hollering, but when I see him, they be playing possum. It's scary as fuck. My shooter get him, already got him, already shot him. Little chopper wildin'. Never blame the killer, always blame another nigga. Blame him for a nigga. Watch the story spread so quick. These niggas got some and they spread rumors just like a bitch. Half a gram of Somali in a Sprite can. On the block, got a chopper in a trash can. Trigger codeine with some demons. Promethazine puddles, I'm tweaking. I need me some Zans just to fall asleep. I need my heat just to walk down the street. Promethazine puddles, I spill my drink. Snorting the purse cause the bitch a freak. You might get murdered riding down my street. Promethazine puddles, I spill my drink. Half a gram of Somali in a Sprite can. On the block, got a chopper in a trash can. Trigger codeine with some demons. Promethazine puddles, I'm tweaking. Half a gram of Somali in a Sprite can. On the block, got a chopper in a trash can.
Evil ways, pussy. Don't worry about what the fuck he be doing. It's DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey, 666, bitch.
Flip, 900,000. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Big trouble, big curve.
DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey.
Evil ways, pussy.
I can teach you how to whip it. I can teach you how to whip it. I can teach you how to flip it. I can teach you how to flip it. In the kitchen, ripping remix and pick this little bit. I got prescription, bitch. I got prescription. I can teach you how to sell that trap pussy. It's that not. Bitch, that not. Pick strip, make me a grip. Yeah, hoe, bring home that guap. Pick, bring that money home. How to whip it. How to whip it. I can teach you how to flip it. I can teach you how to flip it. In the kitchen, ripping remix and pick this little bit. I got prescription, bitch. I got prescription. I can teach you how to sell that trap pussy. It's that not. It's that not. Pick strip, make me a grip. Yeah, hoe, bring home that guap. Bring home that guap. Since a dick on the same shit, never switch. I can't love no bitch, can't love no hoe. Selling twat, getting guap, only keep a bitch round just to get me wet. Bitch, make my money. Selling hoes for the low, posted on 6'4". We be red, posted on the phone. Say he gotta let me know. I kick in his dough, I'm off at the bread. I'm off at the dollars. See your ass dead, homicide bread. On God, I'ma beat the
Kirby Man, 666, brother.
I'm out on bail in 100 slinging soft and booming that hard. Boom, 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 boom. 4-5, Mac 11, AK-47, 2 Glock 19. 2 Glock 19. Extenders out the window, chopping down your pivot. What the fuck you mean? Red bean, clean the scene, over this. Killers supposed to whip them thugs.
them thugs. Always keep them drugs. What the fuck you need to hit me up? I don't like rap, motherfuck rap. Real shit, only speak my life. Motherfuck rap, dog. I sell crack, posted in the trap. Anytime, come and cop some white. Come and cop some crack. I done earned my stripes under the street light. On the block, bitch, I'm on the honey. I got y'all your spot, only needed one block. And I set up my shop, bitch, you set up my shop. So hit my line, you need the clean, need the lean, need the bean. What the fuck you need? Well, I serve anything, I serve everything, but I don't serve dreams. Bitch, I don't serve no cream. I can teach you how to whip it, I can teach you how to whip it, I can teach you how to flip it, flip, 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 flip. Hit the kitchen with a remix, it takes a little bit. I got push, whip, 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 whip. I can teach you how to sell that pot, that pussy, and stack that knot, bitch, stack that money, quick, flip the strip, make me a grip, left hole, bring home that guap, bring home that money. I can teach you how to whip, I can teach you how to whip, I can teach you how to flip it, I can teach you how to flip. Hit the kitchen with a remix, it takes a little bit. I got push, flip, I got push, flip. I can teach you how to sell that pot, trap, pussy, and stack that knot, bitch, stack that knot, quick, flip the strip, make me a grip, left hole, bring home that guap, bring home that guap.
Curry Main, 666, brother.
Really in the field, I ain't worried about doing no shows. I ain't doing no shows. I feel like I get more money off of selling stones. I'm selling. Really in the field, I ain't worried about doing no shows. I ain't doing no shows. I feel like I get more money off of selling stones. Really in the field, I ain't worried about doing no shows. I ain't doing no shows. I feel like I get more money off of selling stones. I'm selling that crack. Certified street killer, and all my cuz gorilla. They all gorilla. A1 with the aim, they take out your brain, but it's gorilla.
Stop that. Bring it back. This shit is hot. Don't worry about what the fuck he be doing. It's DJ Smokey.
Bitch, I'm hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat. I got some new shooters and I got some new straps. No new friends, you already knew that. I got a new plug and I got a new trap. Yo, nigga just got whacked, that's a new slash. Bitch, I'm hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat. Get there. Ice a nigga, get a toe tap. Bitch, I'm creeping in the door like a zoo bat. No pistol with that, cause I shoot that. Bitch, I'm hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat. I got some new shooters and I got some new straps. Bitch, I'm creeping in the door like a zoo bat. No new friends, you already knew that. I come out at the door like a zoo bat. Yo, nigga just got whacked, that's a new slash. Bitch, I'm hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat. Shit only fall like a zoo bat. Nobody want bitch Nina cause the bitch too fat. Fucking headshot, bitch, I'm shooting with your too fast. I'm been a coupe, they like where the roof at. Nigga, all you a boss, tell me where your true side. Fully kick it door as my bitch with my boost side. Pull up off the molly creeping like a zoo bat. My bitch ready, pretty slim, thick, with a cute ass. Acting like he wanna be, he don't wanna do that. We the real ones, but you already knew that. High like a zoo bat, almost 2 Zans. Put a half a gram of some molly in the Sprite. I like the zoo bat, almost 2 Zans. Put a half a gram of some molly in the Sprite. I like the zoo bat, almost 2 Zans. Put a half a gram of some molly in the Sprite can. Who turned up, then we gon' kill his hype man. Turn up on us, man, I swear you gon' die, man. I got free bands, bitch, you know I got my own bands. Wanna be the boss, man, cut off your right hand. Nigga cut off his hand just to have my hand. Better play broke if you chillin' with a bro, boys. Them niggas bitch boys, they don't make no noise. You fuck girl, cause you fuck with a fuck boy. Ain't really no bitch, top old band boy. Bloody boy, many fuck boys, they some fan boys. 10 bands trapping flip phone in the Android. Astronaut status, bird fair, we got asteroids. Get them niggas to avoid. We sellin' that girl and that boy. Hell no, I ain't paranoid. If the boys come and get me, then they come and get me. If you don't get rich, then we robbing the city. Top of priceless, toting choppers like ISIS. I driving no phone with no license. Niggas biting like Tyson, I'm shining like lightning. Hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat. I got some new shooters and I got some new straps. No new friends, you already knew that. I got a new plug and I got a new track. Yo, nigga just got whacked, that's a new slash. Bitch, I'm hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat. Freeze tag, ice a nigga, get a toe tag. Bitch, I'm hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat. No pictures with that, cause I shoot that. Bitch, I'm hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat. I got some new shooters and I got some new straps. Bitch, I'm creeping in the door like a zoo bat. No new friends, you already knew that. I come out at the door like a zoo bat. Yo, nigga just got whacked, that's a new slash. Bitch, I'm hanging in the trenches like a zoo bat.
Bitch, I'm posted in the tree like a zoo bat. Brand new stopping off for the shoot that. They like who that, but they no. Big curveball fit through the door. Damn, flow, motherfucker, where the keys at? Where the cheese at? Peas that I need that. Down south, pimpin', booming that H-Mark. Selling your hoe, pussy my day job. Take a sweet little bitch, get your ass robbed. Better play with keeps every day, I'm off. Re-rock, watch me whip, yeah. Remix and bake the cake. I flip. I lick. I rock. If I ain't in the kitchen, I'm out on the deck.
Curry made, triple
Really in the
six,
field,
brother.
I ain't worried about doing no shows. Cause I feel like I get more money off of selling snow. I'm selling that crack. Certified street killer and all my cut gorilla. They all gorilla. A1 with the aim, they take out your brain, but it's gorilla. Lean that trap, super strap. Yo ass is rap. You a pussy ass chick, just a little old bitch. Wanna get clapped. What you into? I ain't into. I ain't one of your kind. I got bitches snorting lines, selling twatting pies, selling that pussy, pulling crimes. You know I'm always in. I'm on the scheme, top of clean this in. Rush it good with the bean. So bad who that with the mat? Take your chain back, you won't get it back. Now how much you gon' pay me for your chain back? Cause I'm pulling in the just like it's over back. With a brand new chopper, watch the bitch clap. Talk down to 900, get your ass whacked. I don't sell dreams, bitch, I sell crack. Bitch, I'm posted in the trenches like a zoom back. With a brand new chopper, watch the bitch clap. Talk down to 900, get your ass whacked. I don't sell dreams, bitch, I sell crack. Bitch, I'm posted in the trenches like a zoom back. With a brand new chopper, watch the bitch clap. Talk down to 900, get your ass whacked. I don't sell dreams, bitch, I sell crack.
DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey.
What's up with these niggas, man? Hello, goodbye. Hey, this shit. Robin nigga, big Topo, nigga, hello, big Curry, nigga, big Smokey.
Triple six, bitch.
Yeah, nigga trying to steal our sauce and shit, but this shit on wax from day one, man. Nigga got proof of this shit, bro. This shit marked down like with
Let's find out if there's somewhere I can find it.
How to use the power of color. That's how useful search engines have become.
Oh God, yeah.
At Wiz.
We can do this a better
Where's
way.
the AI?
Yeah, it's true. Edge. We'll open up Edge. We'll ask Edge what it says. And we're still gonna get to the.
And it's the first time I ever painted the 1,000-yard stare.
Mm.
And I wanted to see if I could depict it. And a lot of guys have told me I got that one right, and I feel good about that. And Outrage were my two favorites that I got to do. And then, of course, Del Vecchio's The 13th Valley, which the publisher of the audiobooks paid me for the cover again on that. So I got paid twice. I can't complain. But I'm sad about some covers because, like, there's a cover to one of your books that you took off the out of the bookstore, and I hope you bring it back one day. The sci-fi one.
Oh, it's back in.
Oh, is it back in there? Oh, I need to go look for that because I was like, I'm so proud.
I do the royalties on the 15th of the month, and I did the report, and it's one sold. I think it's the only one in 10 years.
Holy crap!
I know.
Great.
It's like, holy moly.
I like the cover.
I love the cover. I asked you once ages ago if I could have a poster size to put up in my office because just
shit, I would do that anytime. Yeah, I'll get that printed.
I love it.
Yeah. I still have it. And what I love about that one is it is technically the most money I ever made on a cover because I painted it in 1 hour.
I know, which is amazing.
I did a speed painting.
Oh, awesome.
And because I was curious, could I do a speed painting? I'm like, holy shit, I know how to do a speed painting.
And you did it well.
And it looked good. And I'm like, holy shit. I'll never do it again because I like putting the time into my covers and really drawing stuff. Like this latest cover is like, oh my God. I put so much into that. And if you notice, I fixed it on the last run. I forgot to put the reflection of the vehicle in. And I put the reflection of that vehicle. What was that, a Wrangler?
Yeah.
What was it? It was a Wrangler.
Land Rover?
Land Rover. And I love that. The only thing wrong in that painting, and I'm going to gladly point it out to you, the light source is correct on everything but the hut.
But that's I thought that was some sort of divine.
It's God. It is. It's
divine,
God.
And that was what you were trying to show, the
showing that
spiritual nature of just.
When you because I know I've never put myself in a position of being privy to your conversations. I try not to, but there has to have been some stuff where Dale talks to you about stuff. And has he talked to you much about his experiences in Vietnam?
Oh my God, dude, he's got a photo like that. That's awesome.
And what was the impact? Do you feel like I feel that would help you bond more because of who you are?
Yes. Oh, sure, of course.
That shit was dope. At least Jeremy was there. That's crazy.
That's true in any relationship. As you discuss the things that make you the most vulnerable, that's how intimacy develops. So,
well, I think there are things that I've discovered, and you tell me if it's true, that with many of the veteran friends of mine, there are things that they will talk about with a spouse where they won't talk to others about it because they feel safe.
Yeah, well, one hopes. There's also things they'll talk about with their veteran buddies that they won't talk about with their spouse. Because of a different kinds of. And I think as a spouse, you also have to respect that. There's a different kind of intimacy that happens in combat. You've got somebody who's 18 years old and the most impressionable and put into a situation that intimacy develops in combat. And I'm not talking about anything with sexuality or romance, but there's an intimacy of combat because of that vulnerability. And so that's a different thing than a spouse. And there needs to be respect both ways of what happens on this side and what happens on this side. Just as I have in my past, having dealt with cancer, having dealt with the other things in my life that have been
most recently with your mom.
And profound and intimate, right? That having somebody to share that with makes our bond closer and allows me a safe place to be vulnerable.
Yeah, you and I, when we talk a lot, we complain about our bodies.
Well, right, because they suck.
And they're trying to kill us while we're not looking.
It's like, well, what's hurting you today? I got to tell you, my lumbago.
I know, right?
I do tell people that you are technically a dangerous nerd, not just because you work for Warriors Inc., but you are also part of the Coast Guard Auxiliary.
Correct.
And so you have served your country, and are you're still in it, aren't you?
I am officially, as of about a month ago, I'm officially retired
Oh.
from the Coast Guard Auxiliary. Because
Now, what do they do in
there are
ranking?
no flotillas here in Lockhart, Texas.
Oh.
So I was on the national staff.
Okay.
Up till
Oh,
2 months ago.
I'm sorry, but we must go to our break.
I know we got to go to commercial break
Break
here in a
time.
moment. Julia, will you be sticking around for a few more minutes before you leave, or do you need to go?
It would be best if I go, unless you need me to wrap something up.
No, I want to tell you that I love you.
I love you too, Ken.
And I'm so grateful you're here. And now I feel like I can have Dale on. Because I was not going to do it without you coming on first, because you don't get the love you deserve.
Thank
you.
Well,
Thank you for
Julia,
being
it was
here.
a real pleasure. Julia, it was a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. I enjoyed meeting you.
All right,
See you
we're
again.
going to go to
It was
commercial
an
break.
honor.
We'll be right back, but without Julia. Thanks. Hi, guys. This is Gary from Pop Culture Minefield here on KGRA, and we're leaving for our first break. I hope we survive.
Did you know 75% of Americans are chronically dehydrated? If you struggle with focus, run low on energy, or when it's time to finally sleep, you simply can't, this can all be linked to dehydration, and Fuel Up has the answer. Our proprietary formula contains the finest cellular hydration with the strongest immune-enhancing natural ingredients. The Fuel Up system is made up of 3 different incredibly tasting varieties: Wake, Kickstart,